And I think we have everybody.
Yay!
Before 9:30.
Before 9:30. I was actually here, and this is true, at 9:10.
Here, I'm just in the middle of a level 30 boss on Genshin Impact. And I'm on level 20, so this is fun.
Reforce, you don't...
Hold on. You're playing The Legend of Gacha Breath of the Waifu?
Basically.
Reforce doesn't... Mike doesn't sound too happy.
It's not.
It sounds like you're in a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, you're a little bit disappointed.
Give me a second.
I love that when you sing into a fan, slightly higher pitch. You can make your voice sound like a gerbled Smurf.
No, what I do is when I say stuff into fans, I usually say things like exterminate.
Am I better?
Yeah.
Not really.
I think.
Partially.
Give me a sec to check Discord.
Oh yeah, better.
It's still doing it, but not as bad.
Yeah, not as bad, but still kind of.
That one word you said sounded fine.
Well, that's interesting. I just decided to roll a die just for a shit house roll because we're not doing anything right now, and I got a nat fucking 20.
Okay.
This bodes well.
Don't destroy your luck.
You expended your natural 20 for the night.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's much
We
better.
could understand you before. I'm sorry.
I just reset my microphone.
Yeah. I was gonna say we could hear you before, but comparisons to Mythical Twister when his internet is crapping out, we're not outside the realm of the realm of
that
fair
bad.
Comparison.
Yep.
It was bad, although Mythicals is a different type of bad.
It's potato bad.
This is robot bad. That was fan bad.
Now, let's see. When we last left off, Senku had finished fixing the impeller. He finished fixing the impeller.
Yes. So to recap, you guys and Retro, you'll really appreciate this because I gave the party a few rolls, and they realized they had about 10 minutes till a tornado was on them. And oh, by the way, the real world clock is ticking.
Yeah, in real life. He actually set a freaking alarm on us, and we had to decide what was going to happen.
Yeah.
You freaking nuts. You freaking nuts.
Trust me to miss that.
I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think you could do it. By the way, you passed with flying colors.
Yeah, we did.
With 30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, brilliant. Well done, guys.
Wait,
not only that, but we basically zapped the tornado.
There was going to be a tornado that was going to happen, and he put a real life timer on us, and
For 10 minutes.
we had to make up a plan and choose something before that time was up.
You had the party had to come up with a plan, convince the workers inside the manor and Melibus that the threat was real, figure out places where they could all take shelter, send the alert out, and then seek shelter themselves. But they didn't end up seeking shelter themselves because they had to engage an armored kill giant cleric in the midst of this gathering storm, wielding in one hand this flaming hammer.
There's a timer on all that. I had no clue.
Yeah, there was a timer on for it.
Yep.
I had no clue.
Although the timer would have had
he literally said the time is ticking, and he pretty much said, there was a real life timer.
I said, yeah, I said, and I quote, you realize you have about 10 minutes before this happens. Oh, and by the way, the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
I had no clue.
I
I was just doing what I could.
I said an IRL. I gave you guys an IRL timer to increase.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, Thunder was borderline freaking out. Pat was incredibly Pat, aka Perrin, was calm, laser focused, and probably the most probably the most level-headed one, which is probably why you guys made it with 30 seconds to spare. You got everyone you could to safety, and then
But I killed it with the roleplay, though.
not just you, dude. Everyone killed it with the roleplay.
Oh, yeah, we did.
And then then you guys noticed big, giant, armor-clad,
Hill giant.
Yeah, hill giant.
With a
Wearing
flaming hammer.
cultist robes and a flaming hammer. Walking up from outside. It essentially called you out and said, if the if the storm doesn't destroy the house, I will. So the party
And I was not going to have any of that.
No.
Nobody did.
Yep.
But a lot of you were like wanting to go inside, and Nyexzor was like, no, I want to deal with him.
There is truth to that. So you guys went out, you did fight it, you did kill it. It did a good chunk of damage to a lot of the party. It succumbed to Senku's trademark grease effect, but then promptly shook it off with a misty step, teleported to Senku, and proceeded to beat the tar out of him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I said, I've got him right where I want him.
Yes. There was a clever deployment of a shocking grasp. Ultimately, the party did beat this thing down, looted all the bodies, because there were the 4 cultists you fought just before this.
5?
5 cultists you fought 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
You proceeded to then successfully fight off a tornado, which the only real lick it got in was it scooped up a bunch of debris, sort of jumped in the air and flung debris at you.
Yeah, we were hurting.
Oh, yeah.
Christ.
Pippin used the light crystal power Heaven's Charge at the same time.
Nyexzor decided
to crystal power and pretty much successfully blew the storm apart.
Yeah,
Tornado apart,
yeah.
at least.
Nyexzor decided to use the what was it? Glistening touch? Was it?
Yes. Following that, you guys were inside rummaging through debris, while Nyexzor was healing people with the glistening touch crystal ability. You managed to find all but 4 of the workers, but you did also have. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, because the northern wall of the manor was completely destroyed, including one of the forge rooms, and one of the key components to the siren that Senku is building was
damaged.
Was seriously damaged. Fortunately, they moved everything to another forge room, and Senku himself completed the component, because one of the things you looted from the hill giant was that flaming hammer.
Which nobody would like.
Yeah.
Nobody but Nyexzor is like, that looks important. He picks it up and just hands it to Senku.
Yes. Senku normally wouldn't. Senku effectively looked at this thing like, why can't I can't use this. Wait, I can use this?
That was hilarious.
Yeah. So, long story short, too late. Senku got his legacy item, which I invariably do have to revise, and we'll be doing that in the coming. Got the magic item creation system wrong. So,
because you realized it was broken as all hell.
no, I actually have. Honestly, it's not. I thought it was done over based on the number of weeks. No, it is based on a gold piece value. So I have to make an edit, and I'll get that to you within the next few days, Senku.
Okay.
But my Principal Forge Warhammer has fabricate.
Yes, it does. His Warhammer is called Principal Forge. It will, in about 23 hours, when he finishes attuning to it, be able to ignite and deal 2d6 fire damage.
Very nice.
But ultimately, it has a lot of creative abilities. Like, it can be used as smith's tools. It can be used as a warhammer. It can ultimately will be able to drastically decrease the amount of time it takes to make a magic item.
Not even by a little bit, but by a fuck ton.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like this thing.
To the point that the most expensive magic items can cost in the the most expensive magic items cost about 500 grand. Now, in one and here's the crazy thing, in one day you can work through 25 gold of production. So creating a legendary magic item could take literal years, multiple years. And that's, not adventuring. You just work 8 hours a day
building
on the thing. Senku, when he reaches level 18, will be able to make a magic item make that same magic item in under a month.
Cool.
Not even joking. Holy shit.
That's awesome.
Do it and he'll be able to do it by spending an hour instead of a day working on the item. So
yeah,
this thing is awesome.
They basically made it that you have to, for all intents and purposes, find the magic item in half the case, in 90% of cases, unless you add in a magic vendor. Because most people are not going to spend a year and a half building a magic item.
Way more than that, even. Hang on.
Yeah.
Quick calculation here.
And that's just
a day, right?
That's just estimating at that point.
That's actually going by the traditional 5. Even if you went by 3.5 in Pathfinder item creation, which is 1,000 gold in a day for 8 hours, that's 500 days.
Yeah, I just did the calculations. If you go with 25 gold per day,
20,000 days.
Good lord.
no,
Good grief.
54.79 years.
So a lifetime to make a single high-end
did it!
magic
I finally made the sword of gold! I can finally go back to that dungeon and defeat the dragon!
And then he drops dead.
from like heart problems.
Now all
Yeah,
I'm gonna do is find my cane.
Yeah, it's frankly ridiculous the amount of time.
And then Pippin's sitting over here like, is 54 years a short lifespan for you? Another 200.
That's
Same with the
basically
elf
it.
over here.
I was like, for a human, it's just like, well, I need this item made. That'll be 54 years. God damn it.
Yeah, and then Senku comes along and says, "Here, let me just do this. I'll do this in under a month."
Whereas then you have your elves being like, really? You say God damn it to that? I'll take the magic item in 54 years.
And then Senku shows up to the elves' place with his principal forged warhammer and says, "No biggie, guys. I can get this done in like so much less time. It's ridiculous. I can get this done in under a month. Less than a month later. All right, here's the magic item."
You're telling me I spent all that time and you could have done it for me?
Right?
Well, at 18th level, the primal magic that Nyexzor wields will cause him to age much more slowly. So every 10 years that go by, he'll only age 1 year.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been really nice.
So Nyexzor could live for a long time.
And don't Dragonborns already live a long time?
Yeah, they do.
Not as long as you'd think, actually.
Elves, I do believe, are the longest lived.
How long?
I believe halflings too. They live a long time.
Because basically the lifespan for an elf is something like 700-ish years.
Oh, I live typically around 80.
So about the same as a human.
Yep.
About the same as a human, but once at 18th level, that's put up dramatically.
That's up to an elf.
What about a halfling? How long does a halfling usually live? I can't remember.
I'm checking now.
Hold on. I need to check the radar.
Because humans tend to be average. Elves are damn near immortal.
Who are?
Elves.
Nice.
Because when you compare the lifespan of an elf to a human, the human will be dead centuries before the elf is dead.
It's moving south, isn't it?
Halflings live into the middle of their 2nd century. So roughly to 150 years.
But
nice.
On it, okay? If it starts to thunder, we're going to need to turn the computers off. And I'll have the
tablet ready.
Tablet's already up in the living room.
Thank you.
But we ended.
Mom says hi, by the way.
Hello.
Hello.
So to end the recap, Senku finished the repairs on the component, and it was well into the night. So you guys decided to sleep here, because by now they've determined that the wall is knocked out, but the structural integrity of the manor is absolutely still intact.
She's good.
And you guys go to sleep. You do sleep in, because you've been between the 2 fights you had in the tornado. You're absolutely still kind of on guard. But once you guys hit the pillows, you're out, and you're for all intents and purposes dead to the world because you've had a rough day. You are awakened, each in your own rooms, by breakfast in bed, essentially. Some of Melibus's wait staff have each, they knock on your doors. You just say come in, and big tray is laid onto your beds.
Wow.
Of food.
Yay.
Yeah.
It's always good hospitality here.
Well, it's especially good hospitality when you save everyone's lives and they know it. Like these people these people owe you their lives.
Oh man.
So-
We're just cheating allies left, right, and center.
Yeah.
Someday we'll have an army vast enough to take out the big bad.
By the big bad, you mean Lametta Tempesta?
Yeah, we'll need like 7 armies.
Today we celebrate our Independence Day.
It'd be like Leonidas. Today we fight, or tonight we dine in hell, whichever one's gonna fit better.
So
that was indeed a long rest that we've had then.
yes, it is a long rest. You have fully recovered all your spells, all your abilities.
Oh, Melibus doesn't even know that the component is fixed, does he?
Yes, he does. He was there.
Oh, right.
Wasn't
Right.
I gonna ask
Pause.
for diamond dust or something
You
for a component that I
certainly
needed?
could, yes.
I'm very persuasive.
I'll go out. The breakfast is as good as they could make it. I mean,
And
their
Senku
kitchen,
gives him 2 big thumbs up.
yeah, their kitchen facilities are in a shambles. So, is it the best food they've ever done? No. Is it the best they could is the absolute best they could do under the situation? Oh yeah. And it's still very good, and there's a whole lot of it.
And Senku's giving him thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much. You need
Nyexzor,
but
yeah.
I'm glad you did.
Nyexzor is gonna thank them as well.
So, as you guys are eating, just to sort of gloss this over, you all come to the conclusion that, this is the day Nesa is supposed to get hit by some heavy weather.
Let's rock and roll, fellas.
So, knowing that and not knowing the exact timetable, you do eat. You guys do eat quickly.
Mm.
And ultimately all meet in the main foyer. Melibus comes in shortly after, and he just sort of claps his hands. Says, well, I have the fabricate prepared.
I can help if you need it. Bradish holds out his warhammer. This thing can fabricate stuff too.
He looks at it and says, well, it's not this isn't the sort of spell one needs help on, but if you could do it, why did you pay me for it?
We didn't have the hammer.
Good enough. So now we have a bit of a brief discussion to have, because on the one hand, I could allow you the honor to use your to use your new toy and refund you the money, or I could do it, keep the money, and put it towards rebuilding my north wall.
Yeah, keep the money.
Keep the money. Keep the gold.
Yeah.
Keep the money.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
A bit more than we do.
I have a debt to pay. I mean, if you don't want your gold, I'll at least take my portion.
Look, this man obviously needs it more than we do.
Nyx is gonna go up and ask him, "Do you guys have any gold diamonds? I'll buy any diamonds that you got."
He looks at you and smiles, and says, "Hold that thought." He runs up. He runs up to
It's
the he runs up the stairs and into the residential areas. A few minutes later, he comes back down, holding two small sacks. The one he hands to you, Pippin.
Yep.
And here's your share of here's your contribution to the fabricate spell. And he turns to you, Nyexzor, and says, "Here's some diamond dust. How much do you need?"
How much do you guys have in stock?
Well,
I'll be right back. I think I might need to use the restroom and top off my cold beverage.
you see, diamond dust is a fairly rare component.
Yes, I'm out of character. I'm buying diamonds for Revivify.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Just in case some of the others are kind of confused. Like, why does Nyexzor want diamonds for?
He's like, so I have right here. This entire sack is worth 1,200 gold.
That's no issue. I'll buy it all if you're willing to sell it all, unless you want to keep some to yourself.
Well, I have more I have more, but this is the amount I'm willing to part with, and I have another proposition. I have another proposition for you. I will give you this, no charge, and put your put your contributions toward put the money you would have spent on the fabricate spell towards this, and what extra there is, roughly 2,000 gold, I will put towards the repairs of my estate, and have that for you in credit should you ever decide to purchase items from me. Effectively giving you approximately 2,500 gold pieces worth of credit here.
Mm.
Out of character? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, thanks.
You saved my life and the lives of most of my staff. It is you who should be thanked.
You know what? Nyexzor is being a bit generous. He's gonna hand. You know what? He's gonna hand out 400 gold pieces for repairs. For the repairs, if you want.
He'll take it and say, okay, we'll go with 2,900 gold worth of credit for you.
Nice.
You know what? Put me down for 600 to help out with the repairs as well.
You can see tears welling up in Melibus's eyes. So we're at.
I would pat him on his shoulder. It's like, it's okay.
It's okay, man.
He's like, you will always have a place to sleep here should you come to call. There will always be food in your stomach should you decide to eat here. Make no mistake, you have made friends here. You've made friends in this estate in your 2 days here.
Glad to help you guys.
Glad to
And
help.
definitely,
anytime.
you guys are in our hearts. Definitely come back.
Might be a little while since it's so far to get here, but
Yeah, definitely.
Night.
Melibus raises an eyebrow to you, Pippin, and says, I'm not so sure about that.
I was actually about to ask.
I
about
still got the scroll, so once I'm at a certain level, I will have the what is it? Travel with plants thing.
Transport via plants.
Yeah, transport
You're not
via
all
plants, which
transport
means I could
from-
practically go anywhere in a few seconds.
Exactly.
As long as
With
there's
us in
a
tow,
night.
right?
I'm sorry?
I'm thinking. I'm asking for Nyexzor. Is that with us in tow?
Yes.
Yes, that's with
Being
you
about
guys.
brought us here.
Oh yes, a family outing.
Well, Melibus was saying something.
Sorry about my alarm.
All good.
Have another small thing I'm willing to share. And he hands Nestor a piece of paper, and he says, when you're able to cast that spell, you'll understand. You can use this note to learn this place's location for a teleportation circle.
Yes.
This is so awesome.
Wow. It is. And also, for all of this, I would also like to hand Melibus 400 gold.
Oh my god! He's gonna be welling in tears tonight.
Why not?
Oh,
Let's hand him another. Let's hand him another 400 as well.
Aw, guys.
So 5,300 gold worth of credit at Melibus.
Here you go. Here's another 400.
5,700. 5,700 gold in credit.
Gee.
Sounds good to me.
For all they did, it's worth it.
Yeah. Definitely.
All right, so we're gonna make it an even $6,000 because Nestor will hand him 300.
Aww.
I don't like odd, weird numbers.
That's fair.
We secretly knew that. That's why we all did it.
Well, Nyexzor did it just to, like, be very giving. That's what Nyexzor is. He's nice. He's giving.
He's a druid.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy.
What
Yeah.
I have for what Druids are like, what need do I have for lots of money? I live in the woods.
I had over like 4,200. I was like, no, what? Give you 400 for the repairs.
Excuse me for 1 second, gentlemen. I have to use the facilities.
Yep, me too.
Yeah, it's just Melibus is gonna be like, why? Why are you partying with all this money? He's like, this is 6,000 for the repairs, but I'm just happy that we managed to make Melibus's day.
He practically gave me 4 diamonds for free. Plus credit.
We're giving him a whole crap ton of
So,
money to repair his
Nyexzor was like, since you're giving me the free diamonds, I'm handing you 400 for your repairs. So how's it going with you guys? Been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has been. Been a good while though. I've gotten a few days off work, so I've just been resting. This medicine's been kicking my butt still.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
I'm extremely happy because we basically just made someone's day.
Yeah, we did.
I don't think this is basically about it. We just did.
You made Melibus's month.
He'll be able to repair his mansion the full way with that much money.
Possibly.
Don't
know how much it costs, but
well, you gave him roughly a third of the entire worth of his estate, property included, undamaged. This manor cost about 18 grand.
Woo!
Like I said, he'll be able to pay for their total repair.
and maybe add some bits.
Yeah.
So he then promptly has the all the different components brought into the foyer. And simply says, okay, if your hammer can do it, please, by all means, do the honors. I would see.
Hold on, let me pull up the principal forge in the... Yep, it's time to cast fabricate.
Okay. So you start casting this, and it takes 10 minutes, where you are essentially walking around and you're hammering these components, and you have to really bring the hammer, you have to really bring it down hard, but it doesn't, the pieces don't warp or bend or break in the case of the wooden post. Instead, every swing you do, the hammer glows. There's this shower of sparks in every color imaginable. There are components within the head of the hammer and at the base of the at the top of the shaft, rather, that spin, and as the time goes on, they spin faster and faster.
This is the perfect theme right here.
Not quite. I know exactly what you're singing. I know exactly what you're playing, but finally, at like halfway through, the pieces that you're hammering begin to float and sort of start coming together, and you have to, like, they sort of form around where they're supposed to go, and you actually have to, move the thing around in the foyer, which is nice which is a nice, fairly wide open space. And ultimately, for you it all feels natural. For everyone else, you see pieces like slotting into one another. There are these the blades to the blades to the sound mechanism are just sort of phasing through their housing into their spots. These giant horns are just sort of floating into place, and you can see like screws and bolts spinning and tightening themselves. Finally, the 10 minutes are up, and with one final stroke on the shaft, the glow fades as the whole thing sort of just gently floats to the floor. The parts of the head and shaft of the hammer that were spinning wind down and stop, and it looks exactly like you pictured it in your head.
Yes! I'm sorry, I'm just so happy. My dream has finally come to fruition. Also, out of character, and this is a very real note, that we have thunder going on, so if at any point I suddenly drop off, the storm is why.
Understood. And no big deal. So,
thank you, good Sir Melibus.
He looks at you and says, "Once again, I think I should be the one thanking you. Now, I suggest you get that into a bag of holding and get to and set it up where it needs to be set up.
Right, we gotta get to Nesa.
Nyexzor, holds the bag of holding. Alright.
And we place the siren inside.
Okay. It's weird because the bag is this normal sized sack, and this thing that is so much taller is just sliding into nothing. But it's very much, Looney Tunes physics. Yeah. Looney Tunes physics at its finest.
It's the Bugs Bunny pocket.
That's all, folks.
So you guys load it up, and you leave the Stump Bubble Estate. Nyexzor, give me a nature check.
Yeah.
Flash your genius ready. In fact, why the hell not?
Okay, give me a nature check and add +5 to it.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna be needed.
Right?
25.
Okay.
It's not needed. Because I rolled a 19.
Well, you got the +5 anyway, because he has to declare.
Oh, then 30, I guess. If you want it.
You just sort of briskly begin walking right back to the exact same tree you popped out of 2 days ago. You know exactly where it is. You know exactly what condition it's in. And you pull out the scroll that has the transport via plants on it.
All right. And
let's rock and roll. Senku puts his hand on Nyexzor.
All right, yep. You guys form a full-on daisy chain.
I touch the tree. All right,
You've
we're
touched
going
green.
740 east, 3 north, 2 return.
Okay. It's every bit as weird and unsettling a trip as it was coming out here. You feel yourselves getting stretched, twisted, compressed, but it feels like it feels like you're in there for minutes, but you pop out just a few seconds later at the same tree in the center of Nesa. Sterling's Keep is in the background, or behind you rather.
Scan the skies.
The skies at the moment are clear. However, to the west, you do in fact see not just one, but several thunderstorms brewing in the distance.
Okay.
Do
It
the
is-
townspeople see us exit the tree?
Oh, yes.
We're like,
Basically-
whoa, what the heck?
It's like you pop out, you look up, and then people.
People!
Hello there.
Guys,
We're
Good
back.
day.
Good day.
They're like, what the heck just happened? Hey, what happened?
Well, it's one of those things where you pop out of a tree, people are surprised at first, then they recognize who it is, and cheers and shouts of happiness are abound.
let's get
Actually,
this
just
thing
like
set up.
stays humble and it's like, thank you. No need for that.
Yes, yes, it is us. We have returned. Finally.
All right, we need to get prepared, guys.
Let's get this siren set up.
All right.
Hey, Nyexzor takes off the bag of holding so we can take the siren out.
All right. Exactly where do you plan on setting this thing up?
Probably best place for
For
best
total
effect would be
coverage.
its center. Most central location, possibly the best.
Well, you're in like a small park area roughly near the center of the city. It's a bit south of the center of the city, but it's close, and proverbially it's close enough for government work.
I say for the best area of effect would be near the more suburban parts, but not like quite in it. Or like outside the suburban area.
You're looking at stuff that's outside the outside the city walls and stretching for several miles.
Wouldn't it be a better idea to try and get it somewhere near centre and up high?
Yeah, center would be best because then it'll get the best effect against or for anywhere that people might be,
Yeah,
hitting the most people possible.
it'll
True.
allow everyone to hear it all at once.
Yeah.
In comparison to needing about several dozen centers placed everywhere you can put them. One in the most central location probably is the best option.
Which, I mean, you can find the exact center. You can find the exact center of the city. It is the central. It is the central square. It's a fairly bustling, high activity area of lots of open air vendor, like street peddlers and shops, and
Probably
Is
set up
there anything
just
that might block
outside.
the noise of the siren?
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
wait,
just
we got
outside
more.
of the center. Just outside.
yeah.
Yeah, because near the center, just outside is probably the best option if there's
Yeah, yeah.
lots and lots and lots of vendors in that one area.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, is there any way? Is there anywhere on the edge of this square that's quite high?
The only way you could really get it high is if you affixed it to
A
a
building
tree.
or tree?
Yeah.
Don't trust. I don't
Probably
know
not the
about
best
tree.
idea.
Maybe a
Nah,
building.
I was thinking more on top of like a building or something, but
Probably the best option then.
Is there
Yeah.
like any like medium-sized buildings or around the banners?
There's a few double-story structures.
One of those might be good.
yeah. Has any of them got a flat roof that any of the people inside can actually get up onto?
Yeah, let's if they can get up.
Well, yes. Yes, there are. But like most people have no problem with you guys climbing onto their roofs given what you did a few days ago. But you realize to really lock this thing and anchor it down, you would end up having to break holes in the roof.
Yeah, probably the best idea is right where we are right now,
Yeah,
or outside of that area.
yeah, just like we said, just outside the most central area. Or the
That's
central
the best
area.
option.
Yeah.
Central area is gonna be hard to do, but is the best option. Just outside is the next best place and far easier to do.
Yep. So
Yeah. Agreed.
Yep.
it's easy enough then to sink it into some dirt and
Secure it in place.
exactly. And you anchor this thing. Actually, you know what? You guys can all give me your choice of strength or intelligence checks.
I go for intel.
I'm gonna
I'm gonna-
interestingly go with intelligence.
I'm
That
going to
is-
go for strength.
We need strength and intelligence checks.
Yeah, I'm going to go for strength.
You can only make you choose one and you make it. You can't do both.
Yeah.
I got a 20 on intelligence.
Okay.
That's a 24 on intelligence.
Okay.
Let's say 25 on strength.
That's a 9 on intelligence.
Okay.
Should I just go for strength, even though my intelligence would be a little bit better?
It's up to you. It's strength or intelligence checks.
Whichever is better is probably your best option.
It'd be 19. Well, actually, no, 20 with intelligence and 19 on.
Okay. Nestor got a 19 on strength as well. So not only do you guys get this thing planted firmly into the ground, you anchor it down really well.
Yes.
That ain't going anywhere.
You anchor deeply into the ground in a few places. You anchor it to 2 trees that have deep roots. Yeah. You guys get this thing solid.
Yeah.
That's
Awesome.
ain't going nowhere.
Nyexzor hand gives high fives all around.
Nice job.
And Senku does the same thing. High fives, everybody. We managed to do it.
Now we got a big task of getting everybody prepared for the storms.
Yes, now I need one of you to
Crank
roll
the sucker
me-
up.
I need one of you to roll me a d4 and add 1 to it.
That's a 5.
Okay.
Nice.
So between looking at the ideal rooftops, wandering through town, looking for places, and finally taking the time to set this thing up, 5 hours have passed. It is now early afternoon. And
How are the storms to the west looking?
Yeah.
well, give me a perception check.
Oh, let's do that.
Sure, why not? That's a 27.
26.
26.
23.
Okay, everyone has eyes like a hawk. Actually, Dan, who actually has the eyes of a hawk.
Mm.
Let me see what I'm gonna get.
Yes,
I got
and
a
can use them as
I got
well.
+8
Oh,
on
yes,
my
a 3.
perception.
I got a 13.
Okay.
Well, there's a 3. 3 is part of that number.
Mhm.
Y'all,
Yes, and I can also use my eagle eyes as well.
Yes, I think those are just always on, are they not?
Oh, are they? Oh, I thought they come on whenever I needed them, but
Give me one brief second. I will look it up. So, it's pretty wide open plains. Like I'm even gonna give you guys that you head to the tower, like head to the walls rather.
With a system to warn people, or with a system to send up a spell in case we see something.
Well, the system's in place. It's just a matter of manning it and using it.
Well, of course, first there's the sending up of a spell in case anyone sees something regarding these storms.
we really need to get someone employed to actually man the station, don't we? Because when we are not here, they're going to have to tend to it themselves.
Nestor shrugs. That's more the purview of the town
Mm,
to decide that.
indeed, but it's just something that we need to let them know about.
Absolutely.
It's an idea.
So you guys actually head to the wall, climb up, and look out west, and you can definitely see the storm towers have organized into one cohesive storm that is clearly making its way towards you guys, but doesn't seem out of the ordinary. It looks bad, but it doesn't look unnatural, at least from this range. Like Bordan, even with your eagle eyes, you can actually see lightning in the mid levels of the storm. And
Right.
it's normal lightning. Like it's not the red stuff.
This is
That
good.
does bring up a question: is the cloud rotating?
Clearly, you can see that. Yes, everyone got way too high on their perception checks. The whole thing is spinning.
Well, this is a fine kettle of fish. Definite rotation. We should keep an eye on this, definitely. Watch this thing like a hawk. If it so much as sneezes, we're gonna know about it.
Bordan, make me another perception check.
Okay. 15.
15 is good. Join me in the DM chat.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Where am I?
What?
No, wrong place, you idiot. There I
Not Awkward silence.
Yep.
We're just waiting on the DM to get back.
Tweet, 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 tweet.
Chirp, 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 chirp.
Crickets.
Good grief, it's already been an hour!
Yeah.
That's how you know you're having fun.
Oh, yeah. I always have fun with you guys.
You kidding? The fact that we're doing this is awesome enough. The fact that the DM let us do this is really awesome. But what's more spectacular is the fact that we pulled it off.
Yeah.
It just it gives me the warm fuzzies. What can I say?
Yep. Yep.
There's just something about actually managing to pull this off that really just gives me the warm fuzzies. And we're watching this thing spin.
Surprised he didn't ask me to roll nature or something, because
Right.
Nyexzor nature is a +6.
I'd say you and I are both off the charts there.
Or even perception. My perception is a +8.
I've got a
You're
plus
not the only one.
perception and a +7 survival.
I have
That makes you
+8
+6.
Hold on, I have +8 perception, +8 medicine, +8 insight, +9 arcana, +9 history, and +9 investigation.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey!
Hey,
I managed to find my way home.
I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Or at least I sure hope so.
Yeah.
Not a bad singing voice there, 3/4.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got a pretty
Yeah.
good singing voice too, but at the time.
I used to be a worship leader at my church. I did singing.
Hey, I
guitar.
used to
Oh,
do
nice.
Thank you.
I used to be in choir.
Nice.
I had a multiple.
I played the
They
Star
had
Spangled
me with.
Banner.
They had me do a couple like solos,
Nice.
like
played the Star
solo
Spangled Banner
solos,
at
in front of church people.
Nice.
Little
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Which
and I
was-
did the Star
which is
Spangled
fun.
Banner.
nerve
Awesome.
I did the Star
nerving,
Spangled
but
Banner,
fun.
which was really cool.
We heard you. That's awesome.
And,
Yeah,
and I've been in about 4 rock bands.
Nice.
nice.
Was it Pat or somebody else that pulled out their guitar one
I-
time, or is that retro?
I pulled out the guitar once, fleetingly.
Okay, I think that was it.
I never learned the guitar, although I also used to sing at church myself.
Nice.
Wow. I'm the odd man out. I've never been in a band. I do enjoy singing, but I also don't go to church.
You have played in a crowd
I
before.
I haven't really gone to church in forever, but that's because I
Was-
work. I work during church week, like weekends, so it's not really possible to go to church.
And I really wouldn't consider, singing to like 3 people, singing to a crowd.
The biggest crowd I ever sung to when we did a gig was 475 people.
I
Wow.
sang for a whole church.
I
singing
sang
Star
for a whole
Spangled
church,
Yep.
Yeah.
which could
So,
have like a good couple of hundred at least.
so Bourdain, did you
Yeah.
share that information?
Yeah, there's something strange with this storm, guys. I can see the normal lightning, which is, like yellow to orange to maybe the blue range. But there's some really light blue strikes in the middle of this, which just strikes me as odd.
Light blue.
Yes.
That's interesting.
with that, everyone can now roll another perception check with advantage. Because this has been pointed out for
That's
you.
a 29.
Good God.
I only rolled 1, so there's my nat 20.
Woo!
Yeah, I just rolled
26.
I just rolled a 28 on perception.
And that's... Where's my mouse pointer gone? Come here, you.
26.
Okay. Force, what about you?
That's 22.
Well, you already saw it, Retro, so you didn't have to roll the perception check.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
I've gone and done it again.
3.
Oh, please.
29.
Okay. Pippin, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
What was your perception check?
Mine was pretty. It's 9.
With advantage?
Yeah. Well, actually, okay. I forgot to re-roll. I got a 1. And I forgot I had lucky. That's gonna be a 17.
You also do this with advantage.
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and then I rolled a 2.
Oh.
So I forgot I could re-roll the 1. So I got a 17.
Okay. Yeah, now that Bourdain has pointed it out, you guys see it too. Like, I mean, you're seeing the entire storm column. Like you see the ground level, but you also see way up. And if it wasn't, coming at you and you didn't have, PTSD over thunderstorms, this would be beautiful. This would be an absolutely beautiful sight. But yeah, you guys are seeing in the mid levels and even at the upper level stuff, you're seeing lightning arcing around, and most of it is like yellow to light orange
or pink.
As you get lower, as you look lower, it's the darker, the typical colors lightning is, but about half the bolts that you're seeing are this legit light blue. Wait
a minute.
It almost looks like the color of the sky.
Wait a freaking minute. This strikes me as familiar. Can I roll a history?
Sure.
I mean, it looks normal to me. I'm the nature person.
It's just...
Nyexzor, you've seen a bunch of different colors of lightning. The light blue, the almost sky blue, it's a color you haven't seen.
That's a 24 on my history check.
Meet me in the DM chat.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get that open.
Watch it be something like Thalicos or something like that. Or it'd either be our dream, Thalicos, or what was that volcano?
Oh,
but yeah, that was oh Christ, where is it? Let me see if I can find it. I know I wrote it down somewhere.
Well, watch it be one of those 3.
Yeah.
So many notes, you gotta have to like slowly move through it.
I know, it's ridiculous. I'm still scrolling.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
Scrolling.
No, it's not. It wouldn't be that. It's not sausages tonight.
Like, oh no, not that one.
I thought I had it in here somewhere.
Yeah, I thought I did.
Senku says, "Guys, remember that color of light? Remember that particular color we've heard about? Doesn't that strike you as sort of the same color as the wind crystal?"
Hmm.
Nyexzor, like,
Pass.
ah?
And aren't tornadoes heavily associated with wind?
You got a point.
I've never seen that particular color of lightning before.
Perhaps it is the crystal.
That could
Maybe.
be. That could
Maybe,
be the
I don't
crystal.
know that. It's a possibility that we have to consider.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, definitely.
Nyexzor did pick up Skyrite, so just in case, could put up messages in the sky, warn people, so he doesn't like have to use fireball or anything to, and you know, have something bad happen.
Well, if he were to use it, he'd be casting that straight up.
Yeah, but then that eventually has to come down.
Not so much in the case of Fireball. It just travels to the location you designate within its range and then explodes.
Oh, Alright, well, could start sounding the siren, and we could possibly head off and go check it out, see if we can find the next crystal.
Perhaps.
Yeah, but if we do that, wouldn't we be basically leaving the city unguarded?
We got the siren!
I know
Yeah.
that.
And people know how the people know how to use it. Glossing over, but I'm willing to say that with that 5-hour time frame, you not only set the thing up, you were able to you primarily focusing on the town criers, taught them how to operate the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just like a manual hand crank and gear mechanism.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying a while back about we should I'm great that we have actually taught them how to use it.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are collectively as a party, you're smart enough to have done that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, holy shit.
But when you mention all that, Senku,
I can
Nestor's eyes narrow a bit.
Nyexzor just has that recognition. It's like like this storm could be the storm he saw in his meditation.
Indeed. Based on your description, yeah.
I'm almost positive it is.
Of course. Yes.
We need to go now. Just sound the siren and we need to go.
Well, it's still miles away, so there's time.
I mean, that storm in the vision was absolutely monstrous.
So is this.
Yeah, if the vision showed you a storm, there has to be a reason behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and this one's got the overshooting top and everything.
There was that cave as well. Yeah, of course, the stone.
Right.
That was on that plinth.
Besides, if this storm suddenly starts to drop something, we can run back to the town and send up some warning messages. You could skywrite Nyexzor to sound the siren.
Yep. And
well, could I do a perception or something? See if we could find, like any of the mountains that could have seen in our
You would need a
meditation.
You would need a map for that. Like right now, you guys are on the city wall.
Hmm.
Right
that-
now, we focus on the storm and not that.
Yeah.
Thing is,
Right.
if this, we have to figure out where, if anywhere, the crystal would be if this is caused by the crystal.
It would be in the cave.
Yeah.
Cave.
Well, there was one crystal in a cave. You said there was one crystal in a cave, but both of you were before or after that, depending. One of you said you were high above the mountains.
Actually, yeah.
So
Absolutely, but there
Thing
was
is, it
something
showed
we
us-
saw where there was a stone on a plinth
yeah,
If it showed you
in a cave.
things, to me, if it shows you this storm, the crystal would have to be in the storm. If it's
Yeah. How are we gonna get up there
so,
without?
the question is it gonna be is it gonna be up in the clouds or is it gonna be down here? And if it's up in the clouds, how do we get to it?
I'm sure that it wouldn't be in the clouds. It was in a. If
floating
that was
among,
it,
floating among the Eye of Ages. It makes sense.
yeah.
So it could be in the storm cloud.
And if it is, then how do we get up there?
Anybody have
I-
Nestor? Anybody have anybody on speaking terms with a dragon?
Do you think a dragon would want to fly in there anyway?
I mean, I can shapeshift, and I do have, I think, what is it,
I-
Druidcraft?
Yeah. Also, I've got the what is it? The beast sense. In theory, I could turn Nyexzor into an eagle.
Well, B sense lets you see through.
Yeah,
There
he can turn himself to a
No,
creature.
what was the other thing that I got then? Oh Christ!
I
Because
don't know.
turned him into the spider, didn't I?
No, he turned himself into a spider.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting
Yeah.
confused.
You're
He has
okay.
wild. That's his wild shape
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yep.
Forget that.
or beast shape. That's it. Problem is, oh yes, you do actually have maximum for it now, so you do have the ability to fly with it.
Yeah, I think I can fly now. Way
Yeah,
past that.
you can go up to 1 CR.
So
with no
I could
limitations.
practically be an eagle or
You can be
a
a
bird.
giant eagle.
Yeah. Not in there. You can't. You'll get your wings torn off.
Indeed.
yeah,
you need
besides, which
something a
dragon
lot
would want
harder.
to fly up in there?
We'd either need a dragon or some sort of spell that can get us up there.
I mean, I have the fly spell.
Please, we'll exhaust that. It'll take us 10 minutes at top speed. It'll take us 10 minutes just to get up there.
That's true.
Plus, I don't think you want to ride a tornado.
Well, how far is that?
Cloud
How
base, 1,000 feet at least.
I have
And-
dimensional door.
Dimensional door wouldn't be enough then.
No, I'd have to cast it twice.
Second time while falling.
Yeah.
Something about this stinks. Something about this.
A trap.
No, I don't think it's a trap.
Agreed, I don't think it's a trap. I think it's just meant to be very exceedingly hard to get to.
It's not a trap. This was part of our meditation, my vision.
Yeah, you were meditating. You guys had. You guys bonded with. You guys bonded with those crystals.
Didn't Retro see something like that too? Or Bourdain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pip,
Yeah.
What
This is-
about
this-
lightning leap? Would that work?
Not enough range. Nowhere near
Yeah.
enough.
Ugh, damn it.
To even get close, I would have to expend all of the crystal's energy, and I don't think it's even recharged fully. Although I'm not the one that has the lightning crystal right now.
I do, and I've been very sparing with it.
It's only 120. It'll only get you 120 feet normally.
Yeah.
And we managed to push it to about 400 feet when we were in that cave, but
Yeah, because you drained 2 crystals dry to do it.
yeah. I don't think it's worth trying to drain 3 just to end up getting up there and only going 600 feet.
There's something about this. Something about this doesn't sit right.
There has to be a way up there. How?
You're trying to get up into the storm clouds, right?
That's their idea. I'm thinking.
What
something-
actually is below the storm?
Indeed,
Right
that's
now, farm field. It's coming towards you at reasonable speed. If I had to say, it's moving fast, not crazy fast or unnaturally fast, but it is moving. It is moving quick. Intelligence checks aside, you figure you have maybe 2 hours before it hits.
Oh God, what are we gonna do, guys?
Would
I'm out
we
of ideas here.
maybe hit the storm to
What are you guys
disperse
trying
it?
to do? Because
They-
I'm confused.
They think
Join
maybe-
the club.
they think the wind crystal maybe is up there because some of the lightning matches the color of the wind crystal.
But even if the crystal was on the ground, wouldn't it still have some of its essence within the cloud
Hold-
anyway?
Hold up. I'm gonna give me a minute. I'm gonna meditate with my crystal and see if they can sense a crystal nearby.
not a bad idea.
Not a
Hmm.
bad idea.
Because they might be able to communicate with them better than we can.
Okay.
know what?
So
After saying that, yeah,
yeah,
I'll meditate too,
That's a great idea.
because this is really pulling at my head.
ooh, I love hitting you guys with puzzles. This is probably the first puzzle I'm actually going to be successful with. Might actually be my first successful puzzle. Okay.
Your sofa certainly confused the hell out of all of us.
It's like the only thing I can think of to get up there at this point is the tornado, and that's just way too crazy in my mind.
I'll give you guys one hint. You are way overthinking this. You're absolutely way overthinking this. While I'm about to speak with Pippin, I'll give you guys one hint. Think about what happened in game yesterday. And
We
with that,
dispersed one.
Pippin, please join me in the DM.
What about Nyexzor? Because he's gonna meditate. Nope.
I will send you guys. I will call for you guys. I will call for everyone who's meditating in turn.
Okay. All right.
So it
You
was
could think about this.
three-fourths set it first. I'm going to start with him. I'm going to do it in first come, first served.
Alrighty.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about what did we do yesterday in game? We dispersed
Yeesh.
one.
Pip shot at it with the crystal. Then Nyexzor chimed in and shot at it with his crystal. Essentially dispersing the tornado.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the storm was still rotating, but we... Hang on a second. The
Short
storm
of
is...
going up via the tornado itself, that's the craziest thing I can think of.
I
Would it be
think
the
we
most
could
convenient way?
possibly, like, I did suggest we shoot at it with, like, maybe disperse it.
Yes.
Mm.
Quick
So
check. I
what are
thought
we,
I wrote this
what are
down.
we what are we saying about the location of the crystal now then?
We think it's in the storm itself.
Then what the hell did we see on the plinth in the cave?
That's a different crystal.
Excuse
That
me.
the one that's
If we think about what we
in
did
the
yesterday in game, we dispersed the tornado by firing the crystal's energies at it.
the burning within the throne of rock is a different one,
Yeah.
which is in the heart of a mountain cave.
Yeah, well, I thought that the storm that we saw in our vision was above
Yeah, above
where
we
that
we,
where
we
that
were
cave
above the
was.
cloud level, which means we were probably up in the air inside the storm or
Yeah, and
close
we
to
was
the
looking
storm.
through the storm. We
We
was looking
looked
through
through the storm.
down to the cave that had the crystal on the plinth.
No,
in it.
we looked through the storm and we saw the Raelish countryside.
Yeah.
And
Quick check.
then
Wasn't
we
there
got
There
before-
was because we also
thrown
saw
back
another
into
city there.
a cave into a mountain.
Yeah,
Quick check. Wasn't there more arrows in the bag of holding?
I do have a I have
Hang
So
on.
I kind of have 10.
I can-
Nyexzor has a number.
I have 93 arrows.
Let's see here.
So I swore I bought like 50, but I only had 30 marked down. And I swore I'd marked more down, or wrote more down, but I don't have that wrote down apparently.
Hang on.
Ah.
Yeah, we dispersed the tornado by blasting at it.
Hold on, trying to.
Then again, this is
Um,
the facing clouds.
Why don't you take 40 arrows?
Alright, so that will replenish these 2 quivers.
That leaves me with 100. So if you need more, let me know.
Oh, that puts me back up to currently I'll have 50.
Wait a minute.
That'll be, you said 40, that'll put me to 50. Which is a good
Arrows.
number for now.
Oh, take 10 of mine as well.
Okay, so I'll
There's
have 3 more quivers.
I know I also might be overthinking it, and we could theoretically disperse the storm by firing into it, but that's kind of a worrying situation.
We can go out there and shoot at it. If where it doesn't hurt the town.
Indeed, we can keep it away from the. We can do this away from town before it impacts.
I did suggest that, but I don't know if it got hurt or not.
No, I heard it. It's just I was thinking other things at the moment, but it is an option we can take. It's kind of a crazy one, but it is an option. Plus, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid, right?
You made it?
There is
Sometimes the simplest thing is the answer. Sometimes.
Yeah.
There is also, and I need you guys to hear me out on this. If these guys have enough rope, we could potentially fashion a net, but then again, I'd be overthinking it too.
Don't think we can make a net that
We
large.
barely have enough rope to make a ginormous net, but again,
Thunder,
that's
get in
overthinking and
there.
it would take a lot of time.
Alright.
What'd you
Hey.
learn, Pippin?
Well, it's my turn. Hello.
Yonder.
Hello.
Okay, so you see Pippin sit down and just begin meditating. As you guys are still bouncing ideas back and forth and being and the more you talk, the more confused you get. You fairly easily are able to tune them out and lapse into meditation with him. You find yourself on a small sandbar surrounded by water. What do you do?
Call out to whatever presence is gonna be there.
You do sense the presence, but you see nothing beyond the lapping waves on the shore of your little sandbar.
Alright, could use a little bit of a help here.
A female presence responds. What with?
I think we possibly found the next crystal. You think it's inside the storm, and we're throwing out ideas, but it's confusing a lot of us. I came here to meditate and to kind of find out what we can do. If it is the crystal.
You feel this female presence sort of, like, it goes quiet, but you can tell that she is draining in a way. And this goes on for a solid minute.
I have suggested possibly dispersing the storm by shooting at it, but I came here to just tune out the others so I can think.
The presence responds after a few minutes of silence. It says, I can sense several of my peers nearby, all within less than 30 feet. But I cannot sense this storm of which you speak, nor can I tell if one of my peers is within it. My sensory range, being a gemstone, is rather limited.
That's understandable. Is it okay if I come back to this once we get closer?
I see no reason why not.
Thank you. Shall I go back now?
Yeah, and send me down, Retro.
Alright.
Out.
Retro, go down.
I mean, my light could probably dry it out.
What, into the DM?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay.
Really impacting its mechanics, I don't see anything that we can do other than make a giant fire.
Nyexzor can do that.
And we're talking larger than just a giant or a large campfire. I mean, light the entire bloody field on fire.
I mean, we have a wall of fire.
I have wall of fire and fire, produce flame.
And...
We'd need a lot more than just a small fire like a wall of fire. What I'm talking is something...
We need like a fire crystal.
We need something like the size of the field on fire to really impact the temperature in an area.
Yeah, and that just make it worse.
But we don't have anything that can cool it down. We don't have anything that can dry it out. The only thing I can honestly think of us doing that could actually impact it is light a ginormous fire.
Tidal Crusher. Or we have the water crystal.
Yes. You see Nyexzor get out from his meditative state after toning everybody out so he can think. She didn't feel any because she can't sense too well. We need to get closer and give me time. Meditate once we get closer to the storm.
Right,
Maybe we could figure something out.
Yes, I'm thinking of something. Can your crystal attract water? Not just expel it.
So?
Like, can it drain the water out of something?
Thing is, you're asking for what would probably end up being a very large area getting drained of water as well.
I
don't necessarily know the crystal would have.
I have Tidal Crusher and Glistening Touch. That's what I have so far.
Great.
I could meditate.
So
once we get closer.
Yeah, once we get closer, maybe that'd be a good idea. But let's put a pin in that. Let's put a pin in Project Dutch Boy for now.
You will have to keep me protected once I get in my meditative state.
Right. Not a character. You guys know.
Last thing I want is being struck by lightning or anything else.
If you guys don't know what I'm referencing, by the way, I'm referencing a movie called Geostorm.
Oh, I watched that.
Which is why I'm calling it Project Dutch Boy.
Yeah, I watched it. It's been a while, but I watched it.
Glad somebody got the reference.
Oh, that man. Pip, did you get anything as well? Pip.
What?
Did you get anything as well?
From my meditating?
Yeah.
Very little. I know that there's no crystal within 2 miles of us at least. And that was basically all I got.
Yeah. Their range is very limited. I got nothing at the moment. We need to get much closer.
Indeed. Even with my crystal being at full power, wasn't much.
Okay.
If I'm remembering correctly, we dispersed the tornado by zapping it.
Well, you zapped it and you splashed it, and one of them you electrocuted. So, with that, I need either Perrin or Senku to roll me a d20.
D20, alright. Rolled a 3.
Okay.
I'll help out.
Nah, no need.
Too late.
We have the 3. It's fine. This you guys, from your perspective, you see Bordan, Pippin, and Perrin, or Pippin and Nyexzor rather, start sitting down and meditating. The blue and pink crystals start floating in front of Nyexzor and Pippin, and they proceed to do so for 3 minutes before sort of just falling to the stone, and all 3 of them pop their eyes open, blink a few times, and begin to stand up.
Oh, so it wasn't a significant amount of time.
No, that was the number of minutes this was happening.
Oh, okay.
This was not
Okay.
it was not an important or serious roll, just a little bit of randomness interjected.
Yeah, what the hell did we see, Nyexzor?
It was not.
Nope,
There
I didn't see
was
much at all.
a sand. What's
What was the-
sand in some water?
Yeah, what was the island? And the pink waves.
Pink waves.
Yeah, I glossed over this, but where you were surrounded by water, Nyexzor, you know how like white light reflects off the waves sometimes? This wasn't white, it was bright pink. To reflect the color of the crystal.
Oh,
Yeah.
obviously I missed something.
I-
Nyexzor, you didn't miss it, I didn't describe it.
Yeah,
There's a difference.
yeah.
I mean, I was having a thought about affecting the storm's basic components: temperature, pressure, moisture, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Ever
how?
see Geostorm?
Yes, how?
That's what I was trying to point out. The only thing I can think of that could even do that we could even do, is like basically ginormous fire.
Which would just make things worse.
I suggest we get closer and then I can meditate again.
I don't think that's gonna do much. I mean,
Yeah, honestly.
What colour is the water, Jim?
pink.
Pink.
That was a poison gem.
Uh-huh.
Water.
It's water and acid. Yes.
Yes, so if the... Well, that's strange. I mean, in our vision, the light that was coming off of the water that was around that island was pink.
Yeah.
And the water stone
Is pink.
is pink. Hang on a minute. I've got that down as acid.
That's because it did acid damage.
Yep.
Yeah, it could
Oh,
do
but-
acid
of course.
damage.
Yeah,
It's more than just acid, it's also water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an interesting puzzle. We got a potential issue 2 miles up or more. And we'd have to basically blast the storm with everything we've got.
Could we?
Do we have the pink stone?
Yeah, it's
we
with
did.
me right now.
It was the first one he found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, use that. Use that on the storm. It'll rain this gem out if it's in there.
So you want me to use like Tidal Crusher or Listing Touch?
Can you just make it rain?
Yeah.
I do that?
You could try, but before you guys do that, Nestor begins stroking his beard, and I'm like, I'm seriously thinking we're missing something here.
Indeed.
So,
Honestly, we probably are missing a few things here.
you're just overlooking out of character. You're overlooking one key detail in the past day.
The tornado?
No. Not the tornado.
Fear the cultists used. That thing was interesting.
You're close. You're so close.
What about that hammer? Or Nyexzor? What about your spear?
Stormtooth?
No, that's No, what the cultists did was they did something with the sphere of weather magic, and
All right, Senku.
Well,
This is hurting my brain.
the one girl gave you that spear. She was part of the cult. Could your spear do something like that?
hold on. Sen was saying something.
Senku, make me an intelligence check.
Yeah, and I'm gonna use Flash of Genius to boost that.
I need a nat 20 for my brain.
Let's boost this shit. Here we go. Good job. I rolled that. Oh man, 22.
Okay, Senku, DM chat now, please.
I need a nat 20 for my brain, because this is just...
The
I
hell are
don't
we missing?
remember.
I think we're missing Stormtooth.
I have Stormtooth.
I know, but it was given to us by a member of the cult. It could have powers that we don't understand.
I don't know, but I think my brain has just leaked out of my ear.
Yeah, my brain is being fried right now.
I haven't had a brain for the past 3 years. I don't know how. My brain got lost in high school. Weak enemies. How dare you get in my way?
Damn.
There we go.
Guys,
Mm-hmm.
What?
the cultists.
What
We had
about
three
them?
Encounters. We had 3 encounters with the cult in 2 days. One of them was a sellsword, but then we had the cultists and the hill giant, basically one right after the other.
I'm
Yeah.
missing to see the point.
They knew we were there.
Yeah, they knew we were there.
Okay.
Maybe that guy that we had a tussle with has something to do with it?
Probably.
This doesn't seem like a coincidence, and now we've got and remember, the cultists and their magic got the ball rolling on a major storm.
Yeah, the storm that damaged the Stump Bubble estate, we know. So...
This is not a cultist storm.
No, I think it might be...
I am literally frying my brain trying to think. My brain power is decreasing.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if? Okay, they knew we were there. They're monitoring us.
Right.
Okay.
We've
With
pretty
deific,
big.
with deific intervention, is there any reason to think they couldn't have monitored what you guys saw? Nestor points to Nyexzor and Bordan.
Oh, crap.
It's gonna tilt his mean.
So they were actually with us in our vision.
Might have been Dream.
With you? No, maybe observing you, scrying you for some.
Possible.
I don't think there's the crystals in there.
I think it's a trap.
No, I think worse.
Lametta Tempesta?
No, not quite. Not that bad.
You
What
think
if
they're
they
using
have
it?
the wind crystal?
Oh, crap.
They what?
They might be using it.
Indeed.
Do you realize how... And that's when it starts clicking for Senku. these crystals are supposed to be extremely powerful. Do you guys realize the damage they could do with that? That could make any one of those, that tornado that damaged the Stump Bubble Estate, they could amplify that like 2 or 3 orders of magnitude.
Okay, so now the question is, how the hell do we get rid of it?
How do we find it? We don't even know where it is.
Indeed.
I mean, this storm that's coming, how the hell do we get rid of that?
If it's caused by a crystal and they have it, there might not be getting rid of it.
Yeah, in which case we need to focus on getting the townspeople ready.
At this point, enough time has passed that you can actually see below the cloud level, and you see torrential rain. It's probably about 5 miles off at this point.
Do we see anything that would resemble an inflow tail?
mean,
Make
funnel.
me You see a funnel? No. But Senku, if you're looking for that specifically, make me a perception check.
I see the ground. Well, I got a 9, but that's modded. I basically just find the ground under my feet really interesting. I'm going to hand this off to someone else, but my guy brings it up. Like, I'm just going to say, look for something. Look for something at cloud level. I can't see jack shit. Not through that rain.
Got a 25.
Let's look. That's a 14.
25.
14, 25. Did I hear the humming of a Bourdain contemplating trying?
Yeah, that's just an 11.
Okay.
Yeah, Senku doesn't really see much in the way because of all the rain, but he says there might be something there, but if there is, I can't see it. One of you guys might need to take a look at this.
Roll a 9. That door looks interesting.
Who got the 25?
Me.
All right. Thunder, join me in the DM chat.
Yay.
Yeah, I rolled a whole.
Alrighty.
My puzzles.
It's really frying my brain, man.
Well, I mean, it's already. I already sort of figured it out, solved it for you.
Yeah.
You were trying to the cultists. You encountered the cultists 3 times in 2 days, 2 of which were fights. There's no way they could have known where you were going, so they had to be watching you. They were watching you there. There's no reason to think they didn't notice. They couldn't piggyback on your vision through deific means. So, admittedly, not my most well thought out puzzle, but I thought it was okay. I still have. That's where my DMing falls short. I'm not good at puzzles.
I mean, it's really getting us thinking, but it's taking a little too long for us to think it over.
Yeah, but anyway, you are looking. Senku said, look for stuff at the cloud level. And you're looking, and you can see the rain, but it also looks like it's weird. Even though the storm is coming, towards you. You would expect the rain to be falling from your perspective, straight down. No, it's falling north to south. It's like you see sheets of rain, and they're not falling straight down. They're falling like diagonally.
Out of character. That's probably what you call a downburst.
No, a downburst would come straight down, hit the ground, and sort of
Oh, yeah,
flare
yeah,
out,
yeah,
curl back in on itself.
yeah, yeah.
Well, let's get back to the others and see if they can figure that out. I'm sure they can.
Yeah.
Efficiency plus another 4.
Nyexzor would point out the range shafts. They're falling. They're not falling straight down. They're falling more north and south.
Interesting.
What?
There's no. I didn't see any tail or anything like that. The rain is falling not straight down.
Are
It's
you
falling
saying the rain
sideways.
looks like it's rotating?
It's moving. It's going sideways, is what he's saying.
Yeah, the rain's moving
Oh,
sideways.
Ah, shit, horizontal rain.
There's intense wind in there, then.
Yeah.
Oh shit. If you're seeing that rain go north to south,
Run.
that's not good. There's got to be something in there. It's rotating and we can't see it. It's rain wrapped. That's one of the most that's an extremely dangerous situation right there. We don't know the strength and we don't know where it is in that mess, but we know it's there. There's something in there. I think we're dealing with a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, no shit, Senku. Nestor pipes in.
Indeed.
Warn the town.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I say we get that.
How
you
far
first.
are we from the siren?
About a mile.
Sky right.
Do you want me to skyrate?
Yeah.
We have our alarm, though. Just sound the alarm.
Yeah, we're a mile away from that, guys. Do you think we'd be able to get there fast enough?
Maybe. I mean, this thing is like 4 miles away now.
Skywriting is going to get the message out far faster than us running.
But who's all looking at the sky? Not everyone.
Thing is, all we need is one person that can sound it.
You're literally talking to Dragonborn. I can basically roar out pretty loudly.
Yeah, that won't cover more. That won't. You're loud, but you're not. Everyone in a mile hears you loud, Nyexzor.
Mm.
We
Especially
have the
when-
time. We can run it.
I still think we should also skywrite, just in case.
I think it's a waste of a spell slot.
Yeah. It's
Indeed.
not like a free spell.
If you guys need somebody to run, I'm pretty darn fast.
Yeah, you know what?
We
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Pip, go ahead. Go.
All right, I'll be dashing every turn.
Okie dokie.
Dash,
In the meantime, we got to start warning people.
Yeah, let's not split up, but let's kind of team up and get people
All
to
right.
shelter.
So I am gonna need.
Oh, did I ever learn that third ability?
I'm still in the process of working on it. It's the case of
Gotcha.
running. I'm running the game and writing up the thing. But
Gotcha.
yeah, you will get it.
Yeah, I'll just run. Run. Do.
Very funny.
Do run,
Now you were
run,
saying,
run.
Sen?
I need everyone who is not Pippin to make me persuasion checks or performance checks to basically try and flag people down and get their attention. You will have advantage with this because you already told them a while ago that, hey, bad stuff's going to happen in 3 days, being today. and you're heroes in the town. So if you
Oh,
say
God.
stuff, they're going to take notice.
Dirty
So
20.
persuasion with advantage, so 18.
Dirty
That's a
20.
That's a 21.
Good God, I'm getting my ass kicked by you guys. I got a 10.
Okay. It's more a case of you are more focused on you're more focused on the storm, Senku, where everyone else is like pounding on doors, their
I'm
wisp
basically
open.
coordinating.
Not so much. You're not so much coordinating. But you just can't help. It's a case of you knock on a door, and you let yourself be distracted by by falling into the science talk. When you should just say, "Hey, the thing we warned you about is coming."
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's as opposed to everyone else saying, get ready. The thing we warned you about is on its way.
But I'm still affecting warnings.
You are still warning people, yes. The others are just doing a way better job of it.
Yeah, you're just not doing it as effectively.
Yeah, that, and you kind of can't help but just admire the storm.
Yeah,
Like,
it is. Yeah, but I need to start focusing on that. I need
indeed.
to start focusing on warning people.
So,
Okay, I'm sorry about this, guys. I just need to leave for a moment. I'll be right back.
that's fine.
Mm.
Pippin,
Yep.
you can make me a Constitution save.
Oh, crap.
Constitution save.
Yes.
Where are you? There it is. Nope. That cat. It's gonna be a 19.
19 is good. At one point you start to feel your lungs begin to burn, but you're like, no, too many people are at stake. You don't even stop to catch your breath. You just keep trucking.
Yeah, I'm pretty nimble.
You are insanely fast. You're covering 90 feet around.
Nice.
No, actually, you're covering 120 feet around.
He's booking it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. If he's covering 120 feet around, how long is a round?
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
Holy crap!
20 times 10. Good God, he's covering 1,200 feet a minute.
20 feet a second.
So
That's fast.
Holy shit, he's covering more than a mile every 5 minutes.
yeah, you're running about 20 miles an hour.
For reference, the normal movement speed for anybody is about 30 per round.
The fastest person to ever run was at 23 miles per hour.
No. He's looking at it like 6. He's booking it at 13.63 repeating actually.
Okay, so 13 miles an hour.
That's pretty much Usain Bolt fast.
Either way, it's fast.
It is freaking ridiculous.
Could say fast is. I can't say that. I can't say those words.
So Pippin, you force yourself to maintain Sonic the Hedgehog status about 5 minutes, and finally you round round a corner, and you see the town square. Nice, big, open, idyllic park. Grass in the large grassy field in the center. Trees where you've set up the siren. And I'm sorry.
I'm going to the siren.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Okay.
People see you. This is a pretty crowded place, and they immediately make way. Few people, shriek and yell. one person says, "Hey, watch where you're going," and then you skid to a halt right in front of the siren, and you begin cranking. And Barry, that is exactly the sound that it makes. And people immediately start taking notice.
Everybody get in shelter now!
Everyone knows what that means. I'm sure we briefed at least most of them.
Yes, you
Yeah,
did.
it starts out high, and then it starts to decrease in pitch, and then it goes back up to high.
Basically, if you hear it, run.
Yep. So people do begin to panic and start running.
Hopefully they do so in an orderly fashion.
Oh,
Probably
there's no orderly about this.
Orderly? What's orderly?
This is the first time this has ever happened. Of course they're gonna panic. They haven't been at war in years.
And all of a sudden, there's this sound that's never, ever been heard in the realm of Aberystorial, if that's the name of this planet.
I actually haven't named the world, but no, that is not the name of this world.
But for the first time in the history of this planet, there is a new sound that no one has ever heard before. An unending wail that alternates between high and low, echoes across the city, almost unnatural in pitch and tone as the air itself starts to shriek.
Almost for a second, Junkyard, you have the makings of a DM. That was incredible. That was actually very
That's
well.
what I was thinking. I'm like, holy crap, that was good.
That was well done.
Yeah.
That was like, dang, that sounds like it's from a storybook, man.
That sounds like descriptive flair that I would use. Well done, buddy.
I came up with that off the top of my head. I did not write that down at all.
That was great.
Awesome.
I believe you.
That was phenomenal.
You have the makings of a DM. Meanwhile, the rest of the party, you guys are sort of still on the wall. Pippin is taken off. What are you guys doing?
I thought we were warning.
I thought we were warning.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize. So you guys have been bouncing around, going from house to house
for 5 minutes.
Yes, and then, well, I couldn't have described it better than Junkyard, so I'm not gonna try. You guys hear the telltale sound of the air itself shrieking. That is indicative of the fact that Pippin has gotten to your siren and is manually activated it.
They're like, dang, he got there quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd like to re-roll that persuasion roll at this point because Senku is now being bolstered by that siren.
Yeah, there's no need. You guys were now that that's kicked on, you clearly see people. Like words traveled pretty quick. While you guys were watching the storm oncoming, you do see a few people sort of like poke their heads out the door and say, "What in the name of sanity is that ungodly noise?"
That's the tornado warning siren.
That means a very bad storm is about to come here and destroy this place. It's time to get into shelter. Yes,
They look
that's
at
for
you.
a tornado.
They look at you, realize that, oh, it's the heroes. Okay. They
Alright.
and no back talk. No back talk.
Nothing.
And they're like, they hear that. You say that next to. They're like, okay. Door slams. And eventually, you guys get to the western gate, and you have a chance to. You have a chance to sort of look out again at the storm, because the walls have kind of been blocking it. Is anyone taking the opportunity?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
you guys stop for a second, and you go into the archway that is the western gate. To your left, you see, piles and piles of dead bodies. From the undead army that you utterly annihilated. What dominates your view is to the west. The storm is looming very large and very close. No perception rolls needed. You can clearly see the rain curtains blowing. The storm is coming at you west to east. The rain is blowing north to south almost.
Yeah, and
Or no,
there's
I'm
also
sorry. I apologize. Not north to south.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be north to south. It would be north to
no,
south.
it'd be south to north if it's rotating counterclockwise.
Yep. I'm just gonna make the comment that Pippin is not dashing back. He's taking his time this time, catching his breath.
Okay.
No, he's working the siren.
Yep.
Oh, he
Yeah.
has to stay and work the siren. Oh, he's
Yeah.
there working the siren.
He's cranking away.
So then, yeah, it would be south to north. I apologize.
And we can also see the rain curtains sort of accelerating at one point south to north, then decelerating at some point south to north.
You didn't get that good on your perception check, so it just looks like the whole thing is turning.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Like the rain curtains themselves are turning.
Yeah.
And that's why they're issuing the warning. Because that is not good. That is rain wrapped.
Right above you, or much closer above you, you look up and you see this weird colored line of cloud. Like, it looks like it's lower than the rest, but it looks like it takes up the entire diameter of the storm, and it almost looks like the cloud is rolling on itself, and in it you see all form of crazy colors. Like, you can see pinks, you can see blues, you can see purples, and sort of behind it you make out like greens almost.
Heck.
Just this weird eerie colors.
Yeah, the weird eerie green.
No, he's pointing out
More
different
like an
colors more
aurora.
than just green.
Yeah.
The
This
heck?
is-
Kind
This
of looks
is
like a
not
dancing
good.
aurora.
Yeah.
Not quite. It's definitely clouds. Out of character, I'm describing this from one of my own personal memories of seeing a gust front.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a gust front that blew over my house like 15 years ago, and
I see them all the time.
in that gust front there were all kinds of crazy colored clouds. I saw purple, I saw blue, I saw pink.
Oh yeah.
Weirdest and most remarkable thing I've ever seen.
It's like pastel colored death.
Yes. And then behind that, like there's that telltale eerie green color. And behind that, you can see the rain.
And Senku just says, everything about that looks wrong. Everything about that looks disturbing and wrong.
Well, I can perceive something. Let's get to shelter, shall we?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Before this drops on top of us.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink.
Has everyone managed?
Yeah,
to
let
get
me
shelter at
grab
this point?
drink as well too.
You don't actually know.
But of course,
So-
there's still the droning. There's still that droning
siren is
wail of
still
the
going.
air.
The siren is absolutely still going.
Okay, I'm back.
Nestor looks and says, I think it might be time for us to link up with Pippin again.
Right. Let's
Yeah,
go.
let's
We
go.
don't have much time.
Yep, double time.
Okay. So with that, are you double timing it the way Bourdain suggested?
I don't think I have like 30 feet as fast as I can go,
still,
right?
You can still dash.
Yep. You
I can
which
dash.
means
Everybody can dash.
the dash action is essentially you take your whole round and do nothing but move, in which case you go double your movement.
Now,
Yeah.
does anyone need me to cast spells on them? Because I can do that.
I would save that I'd save that for now unless we absolutely need it.
Oh, I did not know. I didn't
It's
know.
under-
I thought 30 is as fast as I can go.
30 is that's your move action itself is a maximum of 30. But you can double that with your actual action, but you can't do anything but move and do a bonus action.
Yep.
And you cannot use your bonus action normally to triple move or
It is
increase anything.
Essentially, you're trading your. Essentially, you're using your action on the turn to take another movement.
Yeah, because basically every turn you have 3 actions. You have a move action, an action, and a bonus action. You can trade the actual action for several other things, but you can't do multiple actions per se.
So,
Alright, well, yeah, then I'll be dashing.
all right. So, I need everyone but Pippin to roll me a Constitution save, because this is the longest you guys are going to have been running flat out for a while.
That's an 18.
18 is
That's
18's
twen-
good.
29.
Okay.
Oh my.
Bourdain does not give a shit.
My Constitution is 2, so I'm going to be using a flash of genius on myself
Very well.
to modify that to a 7. And that's a 25.
Very
Nat 20! 23.
Yep. I got a net 20 on that as well.
Nestor got a dirty 20.
Ooh.
So yeah, nobody here has any problems maintaining their breath. Bourdain,
Mm.
you have an option here.
Ooh.
You are slightly faster than the rest of the party. You can, if you wish, break away and pull ahead of the rest of the party, or you can maintain pace with them. It's up to you.
I'll maintain pace with them.
Okay.
Aww.
Yeah, I don't want to leave them all behind.
Okay, you can do that. So it takes you guys about 10 minutes to cover that distance. Pippin. Oh, Pippin stepped away. Right. So you guys come right down you come right down one of the main thoroughfares, and the more you guys are running, the less people you actually see. Until finally you come down one of the main, you turn onto one of the main thoroughfares that goes towards the town square, and it doesn't look like the city is even alive. Like,
This
the
is
city
good.
Absolutely, where this place would be a bustling center of activity, there is no one around.
A
Let's
ghost
get in
town.
the shelter ourselves.
Yes, we shall.
Yeah.
Right. Nestor's like, great. Where? We already told him we can't. We already told him to fill the catacombs under the keep to full capacity.
Indeed.
Are there any houses around here that we know of that has got a basement?
Yes, as a matter of fact, you stayed in one. The house that belonged to Pippin's friend Ambrose.
Indeed. Well, let's get there.
That's
Okay.
If
isn't that
everyone
like
agrees.
super far away, right?
Not really. It was actually about 300 feet away.
Oh,
But you guys get there, and actually, you guys are just about to start headed there when that crazy colored cloud that I pointed out washes over you washes over you from above. I need a fortitude saving throw, or a constitution saving throw rather, from everybody.
Oh God.
That'll be 21.
30,
Yeah,
20.
Another
That's
flash of genius, because I do not like my con save at all. That's an
That's-
18.
That's a 24.
Okay.
30, 20.
Okay. So you guys start running, and this insane blast of wind hits you. It feels like it went from absolutely calm to, oh my God, you can barely stand. And in fact, one of you failed.
Oh.
That would be me.
No, actually, you just barely passed.
Hester, right?
Yep.
No.
You turn and you see Nestor just. Not only is he on his back, he is actually being blown. He's actually being blown away from you by the force of the wind.
I grab him.
Uh,
All right. Make me a strength check.
I'm gonna help him.
Genius, bitch.
Help him.
Nat 20. 22. Another
Oh,
nat.
thank Christ for that.
Okay. then you-
Strength, yeah, because I got a 10.
Okay. Borden, you and Nyexzor both break off and rush back to help Nestor up. You catch him, you stop him moving, and Nyexzor just, between the two of you, you almost instantly haul him to his feet.
Right.
Not today, buddy. Come on, let's go.
Good work, Nyexzor.
Yeah.
Let's get the
Just
hell
get
out of
the
here.
hell out of here.
Now I need perception checks from everybody at disadvantage.
Oh. Perception.
Perception?
It's a 19.
16.
What?
I could have gotten a 25.
That's a 12.
Oh,
24.
24 is. Perrin, what'd you get?
16.
16. Okay.
I rolled a 27.
So, Nyexzor, once again, please join me in the DM chat.
Ooh.
I'm back.
Ew.
I rolled a freaking
All right.
I rolled a freaking 19.
Yeah, the DC was 20. Yes, perception with disadvantage.
Okay, that's gonna be 12.
All right. I didn't jump down immediately, Thunder, because 3/4 just came back. I'm catching him up on the rolls.
Yeah.
I'll let you know what those results are in just a second.
Go
All right.
for it.
So, Thunder, DM.
Based.
There we go.
Sorry for that.
It's all right.
You're the only one who got you're the only one who got high enough on your perception to see this. You look at the you look to the west, like you helped Nestor up, and as you guys start walking against the wind towards Ambrose's townhouse, you have a quick glimpse of the outer wall, and you see it fade from clear view. But before you see it fade from clear view, you are absolutely convinced you saw large chunks of stone and masonry being lifted up
God.
and disappearing.
Oh, gee.
Now, hold on to that for just a second while I catch 3/4 up, because we're going to go back to the main group.
Okay.
And Nyexzor managed to grab him and we've hauled him to his feet. So now we're getting the hell out of here.
Yep. And so to catch up,
Pip's been hanging on for dear life to the siren.
To catch Pippin up, you saw this weird, like, curved cloud, like this gently curving line of cloud that almost looked like it was rolling over itself, Pippin, as it churned towards you, and in the midst of all the dark grays and the blacks, you saw with this thing all kinds of weird colors. Like you saw pink, purple,
Blues.
blue,
And a very wrong looking green.
yes, behind it. So the rest of the party got to you, and you stop the siren and notice that it is quiet. Like there's nobody around. People have taken the message and gotten and taken shelter. So you start running for shelter yourselves, and the nearest place that you could figure would be Ambrose's small house.
Purely because we know it as a cellar.
Yes, it does. And you guys start walking, and it went from calm to this blast.
No, I
of
think
wind.
we were bucking it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You start running, and then this blast of wind hits you, and it hits with so much force that you and Nestor get blown off your feet. You actually kind of get blown into the air a few feet before you come back down. Perrin runs over, himself barely able to stand, to catch you and get you on your feet, while Bordan and Nyexzor just sort of heave Nestor to his feet, and you begin moving. You begin walking against the wind. Now that it's more constant, you can brace yourselves for it, so it's not quite as bad. And Nyexzor,
But Nyexzor saw something.
yes,
You're gonna see Nyexzor kind of pale up, like he saw something.
yeah, you actually see Nyexor's scales change color.
Look it now.
Yeah, we need to go.
Okay.
Shit. Guys, we need to get the hell there. I'm seeing whole masonry and stone being lifted. Let's go.
Yes,
Oh my
go.
God.
Now.
Run, run, run.
Okay.
Dash, dash, dash.
Yeah. Dash, dash, dash. Run away.
Wait, is this a normal?
No. This is bad. To give you an idea of what the party was seeing, Pippin, we were seeing the rain itself turning.
Imagine a rain-wrapped tornado.
The size of the rain.
Yeah,
So, rain wrapped El Reno.
something
El Reno,
like
yes.
that. Something like that.
Yeah, and we're getting into shelter like now.
So yeah, you guys, even running top speed, you guys extra. It takes you guys a little extra time to get to that front door. You sort of fling it open.
Yeah, Nyexzor just like flings it open.
Yep. I wrench the cellar door open. Get down.
Well, you're not at the cellar door yet. You're at the you're in the living room area. And make me perception checks, because you guys don't actually know where the cellar is. You've never been there.
15.
16.
15.
Okay.
Perception checks.
23.
Okay, this could be 15 as well.
Okay, everyone knocks it out of the park. You do see a sort of small 5 foot by 5 foot trap door built into the floor.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
Okay. Who's the first one opening the door?
I
I'll open the door.
mean,
Okay.
Sling it open.
All right, you
I
rip
say-
it open.
I say
Okay.
Pip goes in first. He's the smallest.
If you say so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Hop in.
what I was thinking. Everyone gets in, and then I'll come down last. That way, hopefully I
Nyexzor will
can-
shake his head. I'll go last.
So, just to clarify, Bourdain is still the one opening the door?
Yep.
Okay, Bourdain, you lift this thing wide open, and you see a flash of movement and duck just in time to see and everyone sees a crossbow bolt fly out of the darkness and embed itself in the ceiling harmlessly.
We're taking shelter.
What the heck just
Who's
happened?
down there?
You hear a familiar voice say, "Oh, it's you."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's us.
Storm. Big
Let us in,
storm.
please.
Moving fast. We need to get in.
He's like, "Yes, quickly. I'm sorry. I didn't know who it was."
Shit! What are you doing, man?
Just go, go.
I'll be speaking to you later.
He's like, "For all I know, you could have been looters."
Only looting we will do is looting bad guys.
I mean, I don't know. We saw what happened after the caravan incident. I don't know about that. Went
Whoa.
in there looking for armor, weapons.
Yeah, I mean, other than
Oh,
that,
Let's go loot the place.
Other than
So,
that,
you
but
guys,
yeah.
you guys do get into shelter. Nyexzor, you said you're the last one down?
I'll go last.
Okay.
If you
So,
really want to, I'm not going to
Nyexzor,
argue.
Nyexzor, you are the last one in. I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
Flash of genius. Add 5.
Very well then.
Since I didn't get to use the last one.
Well, the +5 will make it 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are about you start stepping down the ladder, and as you're doing it, you feel your ears. Everyone feels this. Your ears pop, and then they pop again, and then they pop a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, up to they pop like 10 times, and every time, like the more it happens, the faster it happens. Nyexzor, you take another step down. The whole building begins to shake. The glass, the front window glass, blows out, and you see furniture get ripped out the window. Plates and stuff go sailing past your vision, and then the ceiling above you begins to shake violently, but dust starts to fall and then gets whooshed out the openings. For an agonizing second, the ceiling boards crack and start to bend and flex, and then in one fell swoop, the entire second story, or third story rather, of this second and third stories rather, get, like, the walls crack, and the whole thing as a whole, the whole thing just gets lifted up, and you see this swirling mass of light blue translucent air that holds the building it's lifted for an agonizing second before it just crushes it, and it just gets scattered into the wind, and you're looking straight up. Everyone below you everyone below you can see, looking up, like, you all feel your hair flying around, and you, Nyexzor, have a front row seat to this column, this hugely wide column of from the inside, and you feel it trying to turn your head, and then you let it go to your limits, and then it feels like it's trying to turn it more, as if the wind itself is trying to snap your neck.
Ooh, gee.
Holy shit.
But you resist that. And then everyone else can see this. You guys are safer in the cellar. You guys have backed away from the door as much as you can, at least, and you're all huddled.
Are the foundation beams down here?
No.
Damn.
It's like a small, tiny root cellar.
Right.
With a small wine wine shelf, but you
Does-
see these wisps of. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
I was just going to say, does Nyexzor really need me to help him close this door?
You are not certain. But what you guys now see is in there, like kind of coming down into this crawl space. You see wisps and tendrils of air that, like, one of them you guys see latch onto Perrin's hair and yank.
Oh my god!
Like, you see his head jerk, but he then pulls himself back, and then one actually, like, Nestor's standing there, mouth wide open. One actually reaches down his throat, reaches into his open mouth, and he begins to cough and sputter, and almost do this.
Yeah. Let's help him out.
Oh god! Remind me never to do that again. That physically hurt.
I
That was actually painful.
mean, I don't think is Nyexzor even having trouble holding, closing or holding the door? I don't think he was.
I'm getting to that. Because then you see, like, the door is still opened, and you are like half in and half out, Nyexzor. And you and everyone below you sees. You're too busy sort of looking up, mouth wide, at, like, you're looking death in the face. Like, there is, in your mind, you're holding on for dear life. Your body is doing everything it can to survive. Your mind, your nature-oriented mind, is like, this is it. There is no hope. Like, I am going to die in the next 10 seconds.
He needs to kick up the arse.
And the rest of you see two more of these wisps of sky blue visible air snake down, and it almost looks like you actually see them snake around Nyexzor's ankles.
Oh no!
Don't you dare!
And with a Nyexzor,
Yes.
you're dead. You just don't know it yet. But at the same time, there's a beauty here. There's a majesty to this. Like, try as you might, you can't peel yourself away. There is something beautiful about this.
I want to grab Nestor's ankles, damn it.
Christ, this reminds me of the time when I was wandering off towards a tornado.
Kind of, but not really.
They're not taking my buddy.
And then, Nyexzor, you feel your world turn upside down. You feel like a pull at your legs. But it's not down, it's up. And
grab him.
Okay. Everyone who wants to can give me a
I think I got one more charge left.
give me a strength check.
17.
17.
I got one more charge left, and I'm using it.
Oh no!
Do I have to roll?
25!
Oh, thank God for that! I got a damn 7.
21, if I had to roll.
You did not.
Oh, okay.
Shit.
17.
That was
Okay.
just the strength modifier, wasn't it? It wasn't
That's
that
correct.
wasn't. Yeah. 7. Can you believe it?
But we're all helping.
Yes.
Thank Christ for that. Or should have been flying up into the sky by now.
Well, let me put it this way. Combined, you beat the required check by 6.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Oh.
Thank you, Flash of Genius.
Yeah.
Thank you, my high roll.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
only have a strength of 1.
And I suppose actually, although I was gutted about the 7, it did at least help.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
This was a case where even a 1 would have helped.
Yeah.
But
Excuse me.
Nyexzor,
Mhm.
you are holding on to this latch of this door for dear life, and it's flapping around, and it at one point slams you down against the ground one way, and then slams you down, and like the corner of the door catches you right in the ribs, right in the friggin' liver. It hurts like a mother. And between the two, you're gonna take you take 42 damage.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
And
Gee.
finally, everyone else sees, like, you even see, you're looking around and you're holding on to this latch for dear life, and you see these translucent blue wisps of air moving past you and sort of like going for the door hinge.
I'm gonna pull out my radiant gem.
I'll get to that in 1 second. And they sort of work their way under, and you guys see this too. Bunch of these transparent blue wisps focus on the door hinges, and the wood just snaps. And Nyexzor, you're dead. You just don't know it yet.
No.
You just sort of let go of the door. You feel yourself lifting up. Your arms are down, and you look down, and just in time to see one big, meaty human hand grab your left wrist. Tiny little halfling hand grab your right wrist. Below that, you see a pair of hands wrap around Pippin's waist and hoist him back down. And you see
We got you, bud.
Help.
behind Bourdain, you see Senku with Nestor's longsword buried into the ground, and he's got his feet pressed against that, and he is tugging on Bourdain's belt with everything he has, and they hoist you and haul you back into the cellar.
Oh god.
Whoa.
Next, like, as the did I fall on top of everybody?
No, you didn't. As you get pulled, the more you get pulled in, the less of a tug they have on you, and it's a case of you end up gently being settled on.
Okay.
Well,
Like,
that was interesting.
thought I was gonna die
That was
there.
my last charge of Flash of Genius.
The flash of genius saved him.
Took quite a bit of hit.
Whoa. Okay, I think someone
Everyone
could
huddle.
do with some. Yeah, I think someone could do with some healing.
Yeah, you look. He's got, and now you see the full like extent of their wound. There's a giant, like 2x4 jutting out of
Mm.
Nyexzor's rib cage.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Close your eyes and count to 10. This won't hurt.
Alright. Time to go double check the value for this. You think I'd have the rolls already memorized?
Well, Nyexzor, I bet you're glad you were the last one down.
Did it for the team.
I have cure wounds, and I'm gonna upcast that.
Yeah, I'm actually about to cast that as well. That'll be 2d8s plus 3. That's 17.
Okay.
Okay. So, Bordan's won't hurt.
Hey, who just started a motorbike up? What the hell was that?
The motorbike, that probably was somebody outside my house being loud and obnoxious at midnight.
Okay.
Oof.
Bloody hell.
Well,
Jeez.
so, to inject a bit of levity in this, Bordan does the whole close your eyes, count to 10, this won't hurt. Nestor's like, Bordan's lying. This is gonna hurt like hell. And
Prepare for a loud draconic roar.
you let out a bellow that is something than the wind, which I will now I forgot about this. I will describe the wind. The wind echoes around you like nails on a chalkboard that are screaming. It is this ungodly noise.
Hey, creepy.
God, anything like the wailing of banshees? Or even worse than that?
Far worse.
Yeah,
Like,
Senku casts cure wounds at can I upcast? Should I burn a 3rd level spell slot for this?
At this point,
I'm at 65 at the moment.
Because Perrin already rolled 17. You can if you so wish, but yeah.
And I do have my druidic placidity well too.
I have one. I'm gonna cast this up. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna upcast it to 2nd level, so I don't waste my 3rd level spell slot just in case I need that.
Nestor would chime in. I would actually say save it because we have other means of healing, and Nyexzor is not without the power to heal himself.
Yes.
You have fewer spells than he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is he in any fit state to use them?
Absolutely.
I could.
So
I was just thinking, in pain and all.
Besides that, I have 25 hit points of lay on hands I can use. So you bellow louder than the wind as Nestor rips this chunk of 2x4 out, and you see as he pulls it out, there was a nail embedded within you, which was even more painful. And Nestor immediately presses his hand to the wound and heal 25 points plus the 17. So 42. You heal 42 hit points between.
Oh wow! I'm back up to the 90. Good grief!
Nice.
Jeez, thanks, guys.
Between Perrin and Nestor, you are immediately restored to full hit points.
Yeah, I could have done it myself, but thanks, guys.
Wait, he took 42 hit points?
42, yes.
Yep.
And he got healed exactly that amount.
Yep.
Perrin healed him 17. I didn't make him take it back because he had already rolled it, and I healed him the remaining 25.
Wow.
I was thinking about using a couple of my healing pool, but you guys got me back up to full strength.
Things I barely need the second level spell slots, so
You can kind of afford to spend them.
I can afford to spend one or two at wish,
Yeah.
especially for healing.
So
We've got our buddies' backs.
Nyexzor would like hug all of you. Thank you, guys.
No problem, buddy.
Also, I
Yeah,
like
no
the
problem.
gifts you posted in there. The emergency alert, tornado warning active until further notice.
Yeah, and out of character notes. The good old FS 2001.
So
Hear those all the damn time.
in the meantime, Pippin.
Yep.
You said a while ago you were pulling out the light crystal, and I got way too descriptive. So are you still doing that?
I was pulling it out to see if I could use it to fight the tendrils, but
All right. You still see the wisps coming in, and every now and then they lash out at you. And like they'll catch your hair, or they'll make you cough and sputter as they lunge down as they lunge down your throat. But they can't actually do a heck of a lot, especially because everyone's as far away from the opening as possible.
And heck, Senku's I'm not gonna do that. That's no, I'm not gonna put myself out like that. That'd be stupid.
Yeah. Eventually, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I'm gonna ask the crystal if they recognize the tendrils.
Wouldn't that require meditation?
Not necessarily. He was able to commune with the crystals in the cave.
Yep.
True.
Briefly.
It's not often, but have a couple times.
Yep. It is sort of a case where you don't lapse into full meditation, but you do close your eyes and concentrate a bit, and you do have to tune out the wind. And you ask the crystals if they recognize the tendrils, and they say, or the crystal says, "I'm afraid not."
Indeed.
But you can bet Senku is committing all of these phenomena into memory.
Yep. You guys are under there for you guys are counting. You're under there for 10 minutes before you visibly or audibly hear the wind weaken rapidly from screaming nails on a chalkboard to nails on a chalkboard to a nail on a chalkboard to just high-pitched wind whistling to what kind of sounds like a gentle breeze.
Everyone all right?
Yes.
I think so.
I am now.
I'm perfectly fine.
I'm good.
Nestor shrugs and like, I almost don't want to go up there.
Indeed.
I think I'm just gonna stay here.
I don't know what's gonna be left. I don't think not even much.
No. How are you doing, Ambrose?
Ambrose, his eyes are still wide. His skin, pasty white, is like, I'm good.
You can see Nyexzor's skin still lighter blue than it usually is. He's like still pretty ashen after seeing what he saw.
I'm going to take a few steps forward to the steps and just sort of poke my head to have a look out.
Okay, you poke your head out. you still see churning, roiling clouds, but you can see clear up to cloud level. You feel this like there's a gentle breeze that wafts down, but it feels, pleasant and refreshing. It doesn't feel like, imminent death.
And as
Okay.
for the tornado,
You guys can't see it. You're still underground.
I meant Bordon, since he's poking his head out.
Bordan, you cannot see it. Bordan, you can see clear to the cloud level.
How's it looking, Bordon?
It's looking good. As far as I know.
I still think we should exercise caution.
Do I have to... Is there anything that I can... perception or...
Not really from where you are, because you have a narrow view and it's only a narrow field of vision and it's only straight up. You would actually have to head out.
Could I do your check or?
You would still need to be. You would need to look up, have your head poked out. And I love the fact that I've scared you guys enough that you're afraid to do that.
To hell with it. I'm going to go up the stairs and go out.
Okay.
I think just gonna imagine Nyexzor just sitting with his back on to a wall.
I'm gonna do this cautiously though.
All right.
I'm not going up there for a good while.
Bordan tries to sort of curse under his breath, like, I'm not a damn coward. And he then tries to, like, burst up the ladder, but he can only manage a slow climb. But yeah, Bordan, you poke your head up. Join me in the DM chat.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. I'll keep losing the icon.
Holy shit! We got the siren. We warned the people.
Yeah,
Thank God for small victories.
They might have gotten inside the building, but depending on how much of the city's left, there might have been nowhere to hide.
Only Nyexzor probably will truly know how bad it's going to be up there. He saw, as we were running, he pretty much saw, like, fuck, this ain't going to be good. I don't think there will be... Yeah, 4, yeah, 5, possibly.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, judging by the fact that you were able to see masonry being lifted. You know what I was thinking when I saw that turning rain-wrapped mess. I said, flat out, just imagine what one of those tornadoes... Imagine the thing that hit Stump Bubble Estate. And imagine that amped up by 2 to 3 orders of magnitude.
No, what he was describing was more like El Reno.
Yeah,
what I was describing was basically the same thing. Something that's 1,000 times more powerful than the thing that hit Stump Bubble Estate.
So we're just talking, there's nothing clearly visible that says tornado, but the entire rain curtain is moving in the wrong fucking direction.
Yeah.
We're not taking any fucking chances. Yeah, we could just see the rain curtain turning. And when Senku spots that, the fact that the rain curtain...
Well, actually, Nyexzor spotted it.
Yeah. When Nyexzor spots that and says, hey guys, doesn't that rain curtain look really fucking weird? Senku looks again, it's like, that's not good. Yeah, at first Senku thinks, oh, just rain, even though the storm's rotating. Then he looks again when Nyexzor points it out, and That's not just the rain. That's the rain turning. Guys, I think we have a rain-wrapped situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you mentioned the south to north movement of the storm or of the rain curtains, my thought immediately leapt to rain-wrapped mess.
Same here. Took me a little bit to understood what he meant, but I understood it's like, oh shit.
I mean, that was literally my first thought. It's like, oh crap. Not only was the wind crystal and not only were the cultists using the wind crystal on this, but they clearly wanted us dead.
Considering
they
the
have us
gems,
there scrying, they actually have no way to know we're back.
The cultists were keeping tabs on us at Stump Bubble Estate. We know they were there.
Yeah, we know they were there. They might know that we're not there anymore, but the thing is, unless they're doing something like, say, scrying, they won't know where exactly we are. Unless they're more widespread than we think.
considering that was what, over 1,000 miles away?
Hoo-hoo.
What's
Scrying
the
maybe.
situation?
Dear me.
Bordan pokes his head back down and
With a
You
very
are
solemn look.
pleasantly surprised to see it still on his shoulders.
Nyexzor already would know what he would see. So
I have a
he's
very
already has a low
solemn-
head.
Yeah, I have a very solemn look on my face. The air is fresh, it's clean, it's almost pleasant, but half the city has been wiped out. There's just parts of structures. There is one building where it tore the chimney down and it cut the entire building in half, and it's just lifted one half of the building. Where it landed, no, I don't know. But however, looking east, about 1,000 feet east, houses are untouched. And to the northeast of us, Stirling's Keep is completely untouched.
What about the siren?
The siren, unfortunately, I don't know. I can't see that at the moment.
Darn. One thing's for sure. I think that siren worked.
Yeah, the good thing is, well, I say good,
Think.
whatever it is seems to have gone. It's done what it keeps doing. It's as if it almost landed directly on us to try and get us. And then because it couldn't, has just lifted.
We need to start looking. We need to start helping out with search and rescue operations.
Well, hopefully, as long as most of them stayed in the catacombs.
Yeah, we need to get everybody out.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to launch a search and rescue. It should just be going to get them.
Well, you still here, Sen?
I'm here. I'm just listening. I love when you guys do this because, like, I can just sit back and bask in the role playing.
Nyexzor will stand up. All right, let's get going.
We need to check on
Yeah.
the people. Make sure they're all right.
Agreed.
Okay. So you guys poke your heads out, and it's absolute devastation. From the western edge of town to you guys, like a huge chunk of the city wall is missing.
Yeah, I forgot to say that bit.
You did a phenomenal job describing what you saw, by the way, and putting it in your own words.
Oh, thank you very much.
Credit where it's due.
You could just see Senku looking shocked and Holy shit. Like, those are the only 2 words he can use to describe exactly what he is seeing.
It's just see solemn Nyexzor with his ashen looks. You can see him visibly shudder at what he sees.
Mm.
So you guys can all give me perception checks.
Oh, goody. Something I'm actually good at.
That'll
22.
be a 22.
That would be a 26.
22, 26.
That's 13.
13 isn't as good.
Oh.
Holy shit.
21.
Okay. Perrin, what'd you get?
22.
22. Thank you. So you guys get up and start fanning out and just gawking at the level of destruction. There's a communal, thud as everyone's jaws hit the floor when they see that the city wall has been destroyed.
Mm.
But that absolute slack-jawed expression on each of you slowly starts to curve into smiles, or at least when you start to see people begin to claw their way out from what little debris there is, or like you see root cellar doors, popping open and
Think we
people
did it.
climbing out.
This
You
is fantastic.
You start to hear a few cries for help from under wreckage.
Let's go.
Nyexzor's gonna go to those
All right.
that are crying out.
Yeah.
Thank goodness I have the Spare the Dying cantrip.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
You guys get there, and it's not so much a case of they're injured and need help. It's just they can't clear the debris.
Let's start helping clear it.
So I rolled a percentile. You guys got a 98 on it.
Holy shit!
So yeah, these people that you rescue are unhurt. They just couldn't budge the debris themselves.
Oh, that's a relief.
I rolled a.
Yeah.
I needed a strength check. Just
No
to.
strength roll necessary, just time in this case.
All right.
Bourdain, you recognize these people, or at least you recognize a little girl.
Indeed.
It's the same one. It's the same one that hugged you around the waist.
Oh.
When you left.
Yep.
Hey, look, it's your little friend.
I get down onto my knee and give her a big hug. And say to her, I told you I'd be back. Or we'd be back.
I would give the girl some rubs on the head.
She looks at you wide-eyed and says, "Thank you, Mr. Bourdain," and she kisses you on the cheek.
Oh.
She backs away. She walks up to you, Pippin, and says, "Thank you, Mr. Pippin," and she just throws her arms around you.
I'll just hug her back.
I'm
pat her
so
back.
happy!
It's
so freaking amped!
a heart-melting moment.
Sorry, I'm just so amped out of character.
Sorry.
That 98 percentile, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, tears in my eyes. I'm like, everyone's gonna be dead. Nothing we could have done.
Had things played out differently, yeah, you would have had a lot less lives saved. But
You
you
did it.
established yourselves as heroes of the city 2 days ago. You warned them that bad weather was on its way, but you would come back with a means to warn, and you did. They had no reason to doubt you. So yeah, you guys absolutely earned that. And on top of that, I rolled a 98 on a D100.
Nice.
Pretty good.
So
honestly, out of character, I think we pulled it off.
say that in character, dude.
Senku looks at the party and says, "I think we did it."
We
Nyexzor
sure as hell did.
still look a bit solemn, but he'll shake his head. Yeah, we did.
Nestor, the tenderness of this moment sort of fades from Nestor's expression and says, "Did what? This is a stopgap measure. This isn't even a half measure. This is a stopgap. All we did was buy these people a few days."
We gave them an ability to know when they see something, they could sound this, and everyone would know. It might not be able to protect them, but it's something so that we can confidently go to stop this for good.
Indeed.
You mistake my point. There is now a huge gaping hole in the city's defense. Not to mention there is a body and blood-hungry necromancer out there. Or had you forgotten?
We understand. Are all who knows where right now.
Yeah. He'll visibly shudder. That vampire. Yeah.
There are other things that we have to worry about. Yes. But the city, they can handle themselves now. They have an army. I don't know if the army's gone or if it's still fighting that darn dragon. But they have people here who know what they're doing, who could start rebuilding a wall, start working on stuff, and they know that these tornadoes are a real threat now. The kingdom knows. All we did was give them the ability to warn people effectively.
Absolutely.
So we can
get an idea of what
more confidently, because with the caravan, we couldn't leave because we were worried about them destroying the caravan. Well, had the caravan had a way of warning themselves, we could have left and gone and fought these dudes a long time ago.
Yeah.
I say we go hunt them down.
Yeah.
There's another concern to consider. Let's assume for a moment I'm right, and they were able to somehow piggyback on the visions Nyexzor and Bordan had in the
we need to go after the crystals
state. Meaning they know where another one of these crystals are, and they probably know about the poem at least as much as we do.
We need to leave.
Then we need to find the crystals, and fast.
Indeed.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And we need to find whoever is using the wind crystal.
Yes, and remove their head.
I mean, there's nothing that makes me suspect it was the wind crystal, unless they corrupted it.
thing is, the combination of the tendrils and the vision makes me think this has to do with the crystal.
Yeah.
Could be elemental magic, though.
I suppose it's possible, but
Wyatt had no. They didn't recognize these tendrils as anything that they would have known. You'd think they'd recognize their own sister's powers. Or brother,
Yeah,
for
now
that
you
matter.
say that.
Yeah, that's quite true.
It's not crystal power, because when I meditated, they couldn't even. They didn't sense it.
I don't think it was crystal powered. I think it was crystal augmented.
That's possible, indeed.
That could be possible.
Because I don't know if they'd be able to harness the crystal's power, maybe corrupt it and use like a demented version of it.
Hmm.
But for now, the people have an effective warning system.
That gives us some time to deal with the bigger threats.
You hear a familiar voice from behind you that says, or I'm sorry, everyone but Pippin recognizes this voice. And soon it will be widely distributed.
Min-South!
Min-South.
You turn around, and there, to describe this guy for you, Pippin, he is a very regal and graceful-looking man with a cloak that is slightly longer than his body, wrapped completely around, wearing a fez.
A fez.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fez.
Oh, yes.
Cool.
Like the little tiny hat things.
Yes.
Yep, with the little.
He wears a
fez.
fez. Fez is
Got
cool.
it.
You recognize this fez.
Okay.
Being an adventurer, you recognize this fez immediately as a hat of disguise.
Fez is familiar.
Hello.
I don't know you. I can't remember your name, but your fez is familiar.
What was the name of him again?
Min-South.
Oh, yeah, Min-South.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yes.
You are new to this company.
Indeed.
He just sort of looks at you, and you it's not so much like that your ears pop or anything. You get the unnerving feeling that as he's gazing into your eyes, he's looking at your character sheet. And he says,
is that like a spell?
No. It's
breaking the fourth wall.
Not so much breaking the fourth wall, but he's looking at you, and you feel that you feel his presence at the edge of your mind, but it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel invasive. It feels like he's just sort of
just reading you.
He's just reading your mind.
Hmm.
But not like going for deep dark secrets or anything. It's like you are Pippin Papadopoulos III, are you not?
I am.
He bows. He bows gracefully and says, "I am Min-South, Grand Vizier to Queen Mira of New Syre."
Pippin will bow. In return, I'm Pippin Papadopoulos Bonzu III. But of course, you already knew that.
I'm a very powerful psychic.
I see.
Speaking with, I have spoken with Master Senku about, well, that, and he gestures towards the tornado siren.
It's still standing.
Ah,
Good.
I see.
It's not still standing, but it is still completely intact. And it is still like physically there. It's been taken out of its mooring, but one of the trees it was lashed to, even though it's down, is still present. So it is physically still there and is still completely intact and operational. So it'll have to be reset, remounted, and remoored, but that's a fairly simple if time-consuming matter.
Right.
Nice.
If I remember this right, wasn't Minsouth a mind flayer?
Yes,
He is.
he is.
Yes. I've got that right. Good,
And
good.
that's why the Fez.
Yes.
good.
And
I
an
understand now.
out of character backstory, little bit of backstory for this for Minsouth. His original player, because he was an actual PC in the previous story, in the previous campaign that took place in this world. Minsouth was a mind flayer that essentially was turned good, and
He got corrupted into goodness.
he had a mind flayer figure that his arms were out wide in this dramatic pose, mind flayer with a fez. So because the figure had a fez, he worked it into the character as a hat of disguise. That is a fez.
That's absolutely wonderful.
These are cool.
I must say, he does pull the look off well.
Yep.
And if you look at the GIF, I did indeed post fezzes are cool in campaign pictures.
See if I can't find the figure. I'm not going to be able to find an image of this thing.
Also, do I see Cthulhu up there?
I hope not.
Campaign pictures?
Oh, yes. I regaled some of the party with a story once of the previous party members, including Korax, were effectively summoned by a character playing a game of chess with the King in Yellow for the fate of a material plane, and the King in Yellow summoned an ally to distract whoever the character that summoned us. Like, it wasn't like, imagine, if you will, Summon Monster, but instead of Summon Monster, it was Summon Epic Party. So the party had to roll initiative against Great Cthulhu.
Who won? The party?
Yes.
By the skin of their teeth.
Literally by the skin of our teeth, the party won. Like, it was a case of we threw everything we had, absolutely everything we had, against Great Cthulhu, and every round, one or two of us, and so, like, it was a huge party. It was, to quote my friend Pete, we don't have a party in that campaign. We have the freaking Justice League.
You have a small army.
Yeah. 7 PCs in total, I think, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's fun.
But like, one round after another, it's like one guy goes, two guys go, one guy goes. My own character amputated one of Cthulhu's legs. Cthulhu devoted his entire round to annihilating me. But because we were summoned creatures, when we were killed, we didn't die. We got sent back to our home. We got sent back to our home plane.
And resummoned.
No, not resummoned. We weren't summoned back, but got down to the last player, who was, desperate and cowering, and the guy who summoned us shouted "checkmate." So that was the most brilliant masterstroke I've ever seen a DM use. Like, TPK that wasn't a TPK, where we fought Great Cthulhu, and it didn't get more epic than that. Actually, it did, but that's a story for another time. So over the next, hour, glossing over, you guys will head to Sterling's Keep and give the all clear for those people to come out. And Nestor will finally chime in again. Well, we have half a plan. I mean, we know where one of the other crystals are, and it's not like it's outside. It's not like it's out of our way. We also need more information. So, think a trip across a trip across country is in order.
I do agree.
Indeed.
Need to find Mount Everwind.
That we actually know where that is.
Yeah, we know where that is.
Oh, and I like the fact that Min-South said, and soon the siren system will be widely distributed.
Yes. And he, as you guys headed off, he went over and began examining it, and he said, I will be able to have smiths in Syri replicate this fairly easily.
The
Yes.
emergency outdoor warning system.
So,
are we wrapping it up for tonight or something then?
I hope not. I can still keep going. I got about another hour in me.
What?
Cool.
So, I mean, we can. I know.
Retro's got to go, right?
I know Retro is getting a little tired. I also know 3/4 is getting tired.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm pretty much, because of this medicine, that's why I haven't been talking much whenever I am here. I'm so exhausted. The medicine is just kicking my butt. I've had 2 naps in the past week, and I haven't had a nap since I was 12.
Jeez.
I mean, that's 10 years ago.
Seriously, though.
I hate naps.
I'm just loving the fact that now we're actually having an emergency outdoor warning system across the nations.
Ow. Yep. Oh, ow, come on. In. Thank you. I'm dead.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm playing another game. I always play little games while I'm role playing because of my ADD. It just gives me something to do and think about.
Okay.
And so I'm playing what's this game called? Genshin Impact. And
Genshin.
Also known as
super high level boss, and I'm really good at games like this, and so I'm trying to fight it, but it got one attack off on me and instantly killed one of my characters.
Oof.
Yeah, the game is also known as The Legend of Gacha Breath of the Waifu.
I've never heard of that, but
Never heard of that either.
It's a joke from Josh Strife Hayes.
Never heard of that either.
Nope.
Never heard of him, yeah.
Retro, you still with us? Hello?
Retro.
He's still in the call. He probably just had to step away for a sec.
Falls asleep at keyboard.
It's not. I mean, I still have a lot in me, but I'm gonna leave that up to Retro and.
I mean, I'm good to continue if you really want. I'm good to continue.
I'm happy to continue as well. It's like I'll continue if it's like if 2 people want to go, or if 2 people are fading fast, it's a good place to call it. But if only one's going to take off, then I have no objection to continue with just one man down.
But seriously though, this is fucking glorious.
Yeah.
We saved an entire town.
And it's like, if we're gonna call it an hour early, I'm not against it because I do actually have things to do in the morning.
Okay. Then yeah, this is a if that's the case, then yeah, it's a good place to call it a little bit earlier. Okay. So I'll let Retro know that when he gets back. And awesome game, everybody.
Yeah, we saved an entire town.
You saved half an entire city.
No, and I'm not talking the buildings. I'm talking the people.
Yeah, there's that too.
We
You
saved
guys-
an entire city's worth of people.
Yep. So I'm not gonna lie. You had a bit of a branching. You had a bit of a branching story option here.
Heck.
Oh, he's back.
Hey.
Sorry about that, guys.
No big
Heyo.
deal. So we were having a brief discussion about if we wanted to continue or not, because I know you're probably starting to fade pretty quick.
Yes, but I'm enjoying this so much.
Well, okay. So Pat's up in the air, and 3/4 is getting 3/4 is fading fast, so he'll probably leave. Pat, if you got another hour in you, I'm content to keep playing. Otherwise, this is
I
a
can
great.
do it for another hour. That's the tops for me, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we
Let's
will
rock and roll then.
Then we will continue to play.
What I was going to say is, after all of the excitement that we've had, how is there like clothes, armor, and stuff holding up? I mean, Nyexzor's probably got a hole in his clothes where the 2x4 went through him.
You guys are a little. You guys have your clothes are a little bit tattered, but I mean, you're adventurers. You're kind of supposed to look that way.
Yep. There's that's good.
Every second of this has just been hilariously epic. Top marks again.
Oh,
Well,
definitely.
You know what? Wait till you actually play in a campaign that I have run a few times and know really well.
Ooh.
This is me storytelling mostly off the cuff.
And might I say, doing a damn good job of it.
It's like 15 years experience.
Yep.
But neither here nor there.
Yeah, the whole shrieking wail of the air. I like the fact that you guys think so highly of that.
That was very impressive, but moving on. Min-South examines your siren. You guys give the all clear for everyone in the dungeons and catacombs under Sterling's Keep, which is a huge chunk of the town. And you guys are talking like you guys are talking, and Nestor's like, well, I guess a trip across the country is in order.
Yes, I do agree.
Yeah.
Min-South glides over and says, I may be able to assist you with this.
Awesome.
Oh.
Where do you wish to go?
Yes. What exactly brought Min-South here? Why did he come?
I came to inform you that that I had finished analyzing Mr. Ishigami's notes, and to tell you that I could begin construction of his device. You're not all that difficult to find, given that you have ignored any scrying defenses.
We should probably think about doing that.
Unfortunately, such things are quite expensive. Fortunately, Queen Mira and I have, shall we say, deep pockets.
Oh my.
He then reaches into a pocket and pulls out 5 rings. And he says, I will commission another one of these for you, Mr. Bonzu III, as soon as I can. For the rest of you, these rings are rings of mind shielding.
Cool.
Awesome. And I slipped the ring on one of my chubby fingers.
Same here.
Well, not chubby, masculine. Yeah. One
Just
of
wait,
my,
I'm not fat.
yeah, one of my, one of my muscular fingers. Yeah.
But seriously, this has just been awesome and epic, and every other word I could use to describe this.
These rings are incredibly expensive.
Okay, sorry, what was the ring called? I've just got to write
Ring
that
of
in
mind
my.
shielding.
Ring
Yeah.
of mind shielding.
Yes.
Awesome. I'm just putting that in my items. Ring of mind shielding.
I'm gonna put in bold italics and underlined. Nesa was saved.
Indeed.
Yeah.
You have done the city a large service.
What the
But I'm about to save others.
Mira?
We certainly hope so. Now, where do you wish to go? I heard Nestor say you are traveling across the country. I assume that means you are traveling to the Lahazar Principalities. Do you wish to go directly to the Academy, perhaps the Library of Thalikos?
That'd be a good place to start.
Definitely.
Which location?
Oh Christ, where was it? Oh shit, where?
Yeah, where was that again? Out of character. It's just seriously, I got so many notes here. It's hard to find.
Yeah,
I'm exactly the same. I'm trying to think. What the hell was?
because I know we need to go to Mount Everwind. There's so many places.
I just love the fact that I put down Lady Frappuccino.
That's what I have put down too.
Oh yeah, that was right. Yeah, yeah, it was Lady Cappuccino. Yeah.
You wish to go to Mount Everwind.
Well, there's also the Library of Thalikos where we could get more information.
Well, we need to get the stones before.
We need to get the crystals before they even get a hand on it.
Right. That's also a concern.
You know where the crystals may be. You know where some of the crystals may be.
Yeah, I did some meditation with the crystal and had some visions. Nyexzor would explain the meditation he saw to him.
Yeah, does any of that sound familiar to you?
I have heard of such visions taking place.
Island
Usually
cluster.
guided by usually directed by some alternate intelligence, usually an intelligent magic item. It stands to reason that the crystals would fit this description.
Yes, it would.
What I think is we need to find the other crystals before they find it.
Because
Yes.
if what we think is in fact going on is in fact going on, then these cultists could be able to do a lot more damage.
He looks at you, Senku, and you see his eyes widen a bit as it looks like he's peering into your soul. And he says, "You actually believe they possess one of the crystals?"
It's a possibility that we have to be prepared for, because during Nyexzor, can you describe what you saw?
Yeah, he would go and explain what he saw and then point to destruction. This storm also had these tendrils that lashed out at us. He assumed that they might have the wind crystal.
Just before the storm even got to damaging Nesa, we were seeing weird lightning within the storm that didn't match any other color that would be normal. It was like very bright blue.
Yeah, it wasn't the right. Was not a normal color. It wasn't their trademark color of red.
Yeah.
That is deeply disturbing. More
On top of that,
likely,
didn't we see the blue? Didn't we see the bluish, a light blue wind as the tornado passed over us? A light blue field of wind.
He says, "Excuse me for just one moment," and he stands stark still. You see his arms begin to twitch a bit, and his eyes sort of roll into the back of his head, and he begins to almost convulse and levitate just a few inches off the ground. This goes on for about 6 seconds before he settles back down and his eyes roll forward. He says, "I have, for lack of better term, briefly devoted the entirety of my not inconsiderable brain power to the question you asked.
I like this guy.
In a moment of hypercognition, as it were. I believe I have the answer. And it is
Interesting.
most disconcerting.
Please tell us.
I believe they do indeed possess the wind crystal, or at least some means of accessing it.
That's not good. That is really not good.
The tendrils you describe seem to be to be blunt, a direct, if only incredibly partial manifestation of La Meta Tempesta itself.
Right.
The red lightning you describe was a side effect of their sacrifices which, with the wind crystal, they no longer need. They have a much greater power source at their disposal.
Which means we need to take care of these guys.
We also need to prevent them from getting more.
Yeah.
I shudder to think of what would happen if they combined the wind crystal and fire crystals together.
All right. I am going to be heading off now.
Okay, night, Pippin.
All right. Good night, buddy.
Good night.
You guys have a good one.
Thanks for sticking around as long as you could.
Indeed. It was a good game.
But
Hope you have
seriously,
Enjoyed it.
good sleep,
seriously
mate.
though, if they have if they can combine the power of the wind crystal and the fire crystal, that terrifies me.
Hmm.
The power of the fire crystal should be terrifying enough.
I want to ask Minsouth one question. If I can find it. It was
Yes,
just
the
here.
fire crystal on its own is honestly scary enough, but if they can combine that with the wind crystal, then that's a whole other kettle of fish that is freaking nightmare. I shudder to speculate.
Minsouth, can you tell me anything about the island cluster north of Echoes Hill?
He shrugs and says,
It's something about the necropolis of the dead, the undead.
"Ah, yes, I am familiar with Echoes Hill. And it's King Richard,
Ah.
who was, for a time, a companion of mine. He was a dread necromancer, in name only. He settled in Echo's Hill after it was, well, destroyed by a planar convergence. He is the one who turned it into an acropolis and called undead from all corners of the continent to reside there, where he can maintain some modicum of control over them.
I have reason to believe that maybe you've heard of this name as well. Zamansil has made his fortress in this place.
In that archipelago north of Echo's Hill. I am vaguely aware he is a considerable concern, but
Well, this might be even worse then. We recently had an encounter with a red dragonborn who stated her master was Borak the Thunder Tyrant.
I have heard of this blue dragon.
What's really disturbing is that she herself is also allied with the cult and the necromancer Zamansil.
Indeed.
Wow.
Didn't she say it was like a mutually beneficial relationship for all three of them?
Like all three, yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, the dragon gets to increase its hoard and its notoriety. Zamansil gets the bodies and
energy for the cult.
Indeed.
That does not bode well then.
Not at all.
He then looks around and says, "Where are Braylon's armies?"
They went after the dragon.
See, I shall send them. I shall track them down and send them back here immediately.
Thank you. That would be most helpful.
Yeah.
These people definitely need protecting.
Indeed. So now I continue on to back to my original question. Sounds like you are heading to the Lahazar Principalities. Where do you wish to go? I can send you to the Magic Academy near the foot of Echo's Hill, or I can send you further south to the library at Thalikos.
Well, I know when we first started out on this quest, we wanted to get to Thalikos Library, didn't we? But
it's the greatest library of the 4 countries.
Which was where we were supposed to go to learn as much as we possibly could. But in light of what's happened,
we have more pressing concerns.
Exactly. And it appears that Echo's Hill is probably where we're going to find more answers. Decisions.
Where else did we should go after one of the stones. What is the... We need to cook. So, we have... How many more stones do we have locations for? We had one near Echo's Hill.
You had one in Echo's Hill.
Yeah.
Or not near Echo's Hill, Decanis.
One near Decanis.
You had one in Mount Everwind. Those are the only 2 you really sort of pinned down.
Hang on a minute, I've just thought of something. That north of Echoes Hill is Island Cluster. Now, that vision that we had where the waters were pink, a pink light, that was just an island surrounded by water.
Out of character, that was just sort of the mind space of the water crystal.
All right, okay.
So, no big deal.
So, 'cause my
Okay.
thought is go after one of the ones we know with a high degree of confidence should be at a location we know, and that's where we should go.
Well,
It's just a matter of which crystal or which location do we pick.
we know where.
It sounds as if you know where two of them are.
Well, let's pick one.
Well, I think we need to find Mount Everwind. That's what I think.
Mount Everwind is approximately 5 miles west of the principality's capital, simply called the capital, which holds the greatest magic school in this side of the mountain range, simply referred to as the Academy.
And also the Library of Thalicos, right?
Library of Thalicos is in the city of Thalicos, further south.
That'd be further away, but still
Well, I mean,
not as hard to get to from there.
I say,
Principality capital wouldn't be too bad because if the mount that we want is about 5 miles away from it, it wouldn't take us that long to get to it.
or
No.
we could go to the mountain and then go to Thalicos.
Yep, we could do that. Or principality capital.
I do not
But I
want.
personally think we should go directly, or we should go as quickly as we can after as many of the crystals as we can. Start with, say, Everwinds.
If I may make a suggestion,
Yes.
all three of these locations fundamentally lie within a straight line north to south. I suggest you travel to Decanis, do your business there. From there, it is a simple ride, albeit one that would take 4 days south to the capital, and another 5 days south to Thalicos.
Not a bad
That's the
option.
plan.
Yeah. Yep. We finally got a plan that sounds good.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Going to the capital first, then going north, and then going south, or
Adding days onto the trip. I think it's best that we save the time and start at Decanis and move to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, and just make our way south.
Yes.
Let's
You
do
guys
it.
Be warned. The volcano now sits at a confluence of planes. The material plane, the bleak eternity of Gehenna, and the elemental plane of fire.
Yes. The volcano, which was basically going boom.
Yes. My companions and I stopped that volcano from erupting many centuries ago. So, if you travel there, be warned. And
We need to keep our heads on a swivel.
prepare yourselves with much fire protection.
Indeed.
Okay, well, I don't really think we got much choice.
Then says, very well. And he just says, stay where, remain standing where you are. And he begins to pull out chalk and begin writing on scratching an image into a clear part of the ground. It takes about a minute to set it up. He finally pulls away and says, "Please step in the circle quickly."
We step in the circle.
Steps in.
I stand in the circle.
He claps his hands together, And
Oh, metal alchemist!
you guys, not quite. You guys have felt this sensation before, as you're kind of being
Feels good.
you're kind of being stretched through space. If you imagine sort of going through a Star Wars hyperspace tunnel.
Lorenta did that, right?
Yes, Lorenta, good memory for both name and effect.
It's another teleportation circle.
You just got the party some bonus XP there, Nyexzor. I'm not kidding. But
Nice one.
this is it's at the same time less less disconcerting than transport via plant, but at the same time and simultaneously more dizzying. Like you're not feeling like stretched, compressed, contorted. You just feel stretched. But everything, snaps back to normal, and you guys, the first thing you notice is this smell, which smells like sulfur and brimstone. The city, or the city you were around, the walls you could see, the castle, gone. To the east. The sun is high overhead. Or I'm sorry, the sun is not high overhead. The sun is now like slanting into the west. It's getting on to mid-late afternoon.
Yeah.
And you turn around, and there's not, walls or anything, but there is, even from this distance, you hear the clang of metal on metal. Just right before you, sprawling, almost camp city, like tents all over. Most of the buildings you see are almost huts made of thatch. Because you look around and it's kind of like, for a second you think you're still in Brayland, because there's no trees. It's just flat grassland. As far as you could see, north, south, and east. Behind the city, and closer, a little bit further back behind the tents and thatch, you see structures that look like they're made almost entirely of steel and stone. And even further back behind that, you're looking maybe 2 miles away. You look up and you see
Gargantuan mountain.
Yeah. Oh, that one.
Second.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at where you are in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius.
Not quite.
Mount St. Helens.
Mount Etna.
Pinatubo.
Krakatoa.
Well, no, that was an island.
What was?
Krakatoa.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
an island, and then it got sunk.
It was an island until the volcano on it blew
I mean,
to pieces.
there's still
And then the
islands.
volcano brought it back. Slowly.
Yeah, Anak Krakatoa.
Indeed. All right. So actually, this is perfect.
It's a cinder cone.
Find the right. No wonder I can't find the right thing I'm looking at. So if you could, I can't find a good image. So if you could,
Fuji. Mount Fuji.
I'm sorry.
Mount Fuji.
No, because again, it's not a singular mountain. It's you look up and you look to the west and northwest to all the way to southwest, as far as you can see, is this narrow mountain range of just one. It looks like one consolidated ridge line that has, crags and dips and higher peaks and smaller peaks. And then one of the taller ones is this big old volcano in front of you. Top is flat, and your seat, like, you hold your hands out, and this, like, very gently and very lightly falling, you see flecks of ash.
Here, try this. The Cascades.
Kind of, but more cohesive.
There isn't really a good analog.
Yeah, like, if you could imagine this, but you're closer, they're higher, and just one of these is a volcano.
Kind of like Mount Olympus on Mars.
Could be the Andes.
Not really.
Andy is always the broad chain, though.
Like I said, I just sent an image. If you could imagine that, but one of those tops is a large flat volcano.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
And your seat is going as basically as far as you can see, north to south.
Yeah. And Senku says, "Wow. This place really is a volcano hazard." And the first thing you see Senku do is put something over his mouth to stop ash from getting in it.
All right, you do that.
I recommend you put cloth over your mouth so it'll keep the ash from getting in your lungs.
Yeah. Probably a good idea. I'll do that as well.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys mask up. You see someone riding towards you on horseback.
Okay.
He, as he gets closer, it goes from a gallop to a canter to a trot to a stop, and a rather tall dwarf dismounts and walks towards you.
Hello.
He's like in this gruff, quasi-Irish voice that I couldn't begin to replicate. Waves at you and says, "Hey, good afternoon."
That's pretty
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
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 He, looks
That
at
was
you.
my impression of it, by the way.
What brings you to our fair mining town?
We're on an adventure.
Well, you get plenty of excitement working in the mines.
Oh boy. No doubt in that.
But something, he looks you over and says, Something tells me you're not interested in the mines.
Yeah,
Not-
the volcanoes are
Not
gold.
really.
He looks at you, Senku, and says, "The volcano."
Yeah, we think there might be something there.
Aye. Portals. Two of them.
Portals? Ah, yes, you mean the planar convergence.
Indeed.
Sure. You can call it that.
Would explain the ashfall.
Volcano's been doing that for a decade.
Interesting.
Yeah, very.
One of the old eggheads said that's a good thing. The longer it does that, the less chance it has of doing a. And he just sort of does this gesture with his hands, like they explode outwards.
Kaboom.
Less chance it has of doing a big, whatever it does.
Erupt.
Eruption.
That's the word.
Yeah, Nyexzor would know since nature.
Hmm.
Oh, Wedamimana's name's Cyprian.
Nice to meet you.
So,
Cyprian.
My name is Senku Ishigami.
I am Buldan.
I'm Perrin.
I am Nyexzor.
And sorry, what was your name again? I've already forgotten it.
stand by, I'll write it.
I like the whole gotta go fast.
Ah.
What's with the blue lightning on his chest? The blue D
No
thing.
idea. But
Anyway.
Cyprian shrugs and says, well, if your goal really is the peak, either start now or wait until tomorrow. And
Yeah.
We need to prepare first.
We need to go now. No, well,
We need to go
yes,
now.
but we need to go now.
It's getting dark.
well, it's not getting dark. It's like
Very short.
It's like 3 or 4 p.m. at this point.
The thing is, time is of the essence. We need to go as soon as we can.
But we also need to make sure we're adequately prepared. This is a volcano we're dealing with.
We have a.
I don't know how we can prepare, other than with the stuff we got on our backs.
Agreed.
Like,
As long as we have climbing gear and for anyone who needs it, we're good.
he's like, I may be able to help you.
Oh?
But, I warn you, it's not cheap.
The party
This is
looks at
an
each other.
urgent matter, so
Yes, we could do it. Depending on how expensive it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the price?
Hold on.
And what is it we're paying for anyway?
for his help.
And also volcano protection.
Okay. Almost there.
Hmm.
I'm just still so freaking jazzed that we managed to save the entire town of Nesa. Even if we couldn't save the entire city of Nesa, even if we couldn't save the buildings, we saved the people.
Indeed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you guys knocked that out of the park.
Yeah.
In no small part to the 98th percentile roll.
That was totally awesome.
He's like, well, buy one of these is $4,000.
Jesus Christ.
Ouch.
And one of what?
And each of you'd need to wear one.
Oofta. So that's 20 thou.
He
24 thou.
he doesn't take it off, but he like points to a ring he's wearing and says, "This be a ring of fire resistance. Doesn't protect you completely, but will let's just say if you wear this, you may actually be able to dip your bare toes into a lava flow."
Senku just looks at that proposition and says, "Might be able to, maybe. Might be willing to, hell no."
Mind you, I wouldn't advise doing it for long.
I wouldn't do it at all. And you could just see Senku just giving him that look of, put my toes in a lava flow? Heck no. Even with basically the look on Senku's face could be described as, "Are you nuts?" when he described the proposition of dipping your toes in a lava flow. Just the look of wide eyes, pale face, and a slightly gaping jaw with an eye twitch.
Doesn't change the fact that this will save your life.
I suppose there's one good thing about it. You wouldn't need to cut your toenails anymore.
Yeah, you would. This cuts the damage you'd take from fire by half.
Interesting.
Mind you, it will still leave a scar.
It's
he, rolls up his tunic, and the entire right side of his midsection and a good chunk of his back that you can see is just this blistered, scarred, reddish pink skin.
Ow.
Oh.
Like, Senku just goes, ouch.
Yeah. Fell into one. The ground beneath my feet gave way. Was riding atop the flow for a good 2 minutes before I caught another skylight, and one of the other mine workers pulled me out.
Whew. We're definitely going to need climbing gear then.
We have that.
You do, in fact, have climbing. You do, in fact, have at least some climbing gear.
Yeah, I've got the old climber's kit.
I believe the stock standard kits that you're supposed to start out with, regardless of what your class is, should give you at least pittance and a rope.
Oh, and that reminds me, I could probably. Can Smith's tools allow you to make some of that shit?
Ordinarily, no. Smith's tools are like for stuff like horseshoes, armor, weapons. Yours, however, if you use some of the special abilities like fabricate, you can fabricate would work on that kind of stuff.
Hey, I could make some more advanced climbing gear if we really need it.
But that would take time.
Yeah.
Which we don't
Nice,
really
right.
have.
It's like, well, if time be of the essence, yeah. He shrugs and says, I'll tell you what, he trails off for a second and he looks at you and says, you seem like at least a little, you seem at least like trustworthy folk. There's a paladin in your number. You get these back to me. And I'll let you borrow them for 1,000 a day.
For
Sure,
1,000 each.
1,000 each day, yeah.
1,000 each should be pretty.
It's still expensive, but I can do that.
Yeah, and I could pay for at least one for a couple days.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? All depends how long it takes us to.
Yeah, it all depends. If it takes more than a day, I can't do it.
No.
I can
So-
only handle up to 3 days, then that's
Yeah,
it.
that's around about my limit. 3 days worth.
So,
I can handle 2, but no more.
well, Dwarf is like, that's my offer. Take it or leave it. Nestor chimes in. Is like, well, in theory, we have until tomorrow. We have until tomorrow before we owe this guy a grand. No reason to think we can't get up there and get done in time.
Indeed.
Let's rock and roll.
All
But
right.
let's do it.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
Thank you, good sir.
Thank you, sir.
you guys, he hands you guys the rings and says, hasn't been a day yet. Pay me the grand. Pay me the 1,000 when you're done.
Okay.
Will do.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Ring of fire protection.
So,
Fire resistance, not fire protection.
yep. Now, what this does is it halves all fire damage against you.
Yep, it literally just gives you resistance to fire while you have it on.
Fantastic. Okay.
And with
Ring
that,
of fire resistance.
as it is now 10 minutes to 2, this is a good spot to call it. You guys are about to embark on one of your first ever real dungeons.
Oh boy.
Good. I
So-
like dungeons.
I kind of feel like I have to apologize to you, especially Retro. You leveled you guys up. You got that cool new ability for Nyexzor. You haven't had the chance to use it yet, and it's been announced.
It's okay. I'm just biding my time.
I
Seriously.
got the Warhammer, which is a really
I'm just
awesome thing.
biding my time, and then when I use it, it will just look so awesome.
Yes, at this point, Senku, just one final thing before we leave. You get your hammer ready, and as you draw it and you brandish it and you're starting to walk through the town, it it ignites as you have been. It has now been 24 hours, and you have attuned to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh yeah, I can use this.
Seriously, guys, it means so much that you're enjoying this campaign so much.
Oh yeah.
It's out of
This
this.
is
It's
a
out.
fucking thrill ride and a half.
Yeah,
You
it's
kidding
out of
me?
this world.
Just fair warning, you guys have effectively 4 uses of Revivify.
Yeah.
Bodies are gonna start hitting the floor now. I am now to the not that I really wasn't not that I was holding back before, but now I can actually really try to kill you.
And also the interesting thing,
No! Don't kill
anybody
him.
that's actually read the Ring of Mind Shielding, if you die with it on, your soul goes into the ring.
Right.
And
Oh.
anybody can communicate with the ring, with your soul, by wearing the ring.
Can what?
They can communicate with your soul once you die by wearing the ring, as long as you died while wearing the ring.
That'd be kind of interesting where you have like a
Oh god.
bloodline, like family member or one of your characters you made find that ring, and then they can speak to our souls. That'd be really interesting. But I'm not planning to die anytime soon.
No
if you
one
wanna if you wanna know anything, then speak to my ring.
like I said, I am now to the point where I can kill you.
Yeah. Yeah.
May not be up to you, dude. You know.
You can try, but I won't go down without a fight.
Yeah, you can go down. You can give it a really damn good fight, but you can still go down.
Yeah.
Like I said when I started this campaign, I am not in the business of a TPK. If I cause a TPK, I have done something catastrophically wrong. Or you guys were insanely stupid and ignored every sign I threw at you to flee the abomination.
I've heard stories of people on D&D where nobody listened to the DM and they got TPK'd because of it.
That right there is the Ring of Mind Shielding.
But yeah.
What if folk were smart enough to listen to the DM when he tells you to flee?
And I'm the kind of DM who will, just say outright, you were not supposed to have this fight. You are supposed to run, so run.
All of a sudden, out comes the Tarrasque. Run.
Oh, hell no. I heard about Tarrasque. I heard about it. It's like, oh shit,
Things
hell
like the
no.
Tarrasque and Tiamat are the things that you run from. You don't stand and fight, you run.
But fuck this shit, I'm out.
Unless you are level 20 and have an entire army behind you.
Well, see, you guys could probably take the Tarrasque without the army because you have MacGuffins that normal PCs don't have.
And Greece.
You know what? Grease is one of those things that might actually work on the Tarrasque.
Oh, wow.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Tarrasque get up immediately after getting its sorry butt greased.
You don't want to see a Tarrasque, period.
No, you don't want to see it ever.
Yeah, you don't want to see the Tarrasque. It's a force of nature.
It is an engine of destruction rivaling what you just saw in Nesa.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the emergency outdoor warning system is being disseminated to the people of the world.
Yes, without the oops.
So what?
I said yes, without the oops.
The oops?
Yes.
Is that an Independence Day reference?
Matter of fact, it is.
Cool.
But I owe you guys a bit of an apology. Apparently, apparently you saw one of my weak spots tonight, and that is puzzles. Good a DM as you guys think I am, I still can't do puzzles.
I mean, it really got us thinking.
Overthinking was really the case. From my perspective, it was a lot. It was maybe not a simple logic train, but an easy one. Cultists at the stump bubbles. They know where we are. They're probably, can they be spying on us somehow? They are spying on us. What else might they know? They might have seen the vision. They would then know where the crystals are. Or know what we know about the crystal.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think we were a little
unfortunately.
bit more focused on the web.
Unfortunately, me being
Yeah.
still new and don't know what everything does and what
Yes,
is
scrying
in.
My brain just felt like a fried egg.
Yeah,
scrying is, for all intents and purposes, divination spells that let you basically do things ranging from knowing alignments all the way to I can watch you from the other side of the fucking world, and you have no way of knowing that I'm watching you, and I know exactly where you are. I can hear everything you're saying. I know what you're thinking.
That's just
I
creepy.
always feel like somebody's watching me.
Yeah, that's literally what scrying is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I had to do it. I had to fucking do it.
But now it's a null factor. I will say one thing I did successfully deploy here was a branching, like a branching story where the path you take had consequences. You had the option to, use that transport via plants from the stump bubbles, go directly to the ALP to find the gravity crystal, but you would have gotten the gravity. You would have gotten the gravity crystal for sure, but you would have lost Nesa.
Oh.
By contrast, you saved Nesa and lost the wind crystal.
Yeah, well, I think that was a good trade.
I don't disagree. It was definitely the good aligned thing to do.
Yeah.
Which
So-
we're
Yeah,
all
weren't
we
gonna leave
are.
Nesta
We
hanging
all
like
are.
that. We had a commitment.
We all are good alliance, pretty much.
Indeed.
Even though I'm a neutral chaotic.
I say we're all either neutral or good in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. I'm gonna come out and say this to you, Thunder. You're not chaotic neutral. You're neutral good.
Yeah.
I would go ahead and I would go ahead and insist upon that alignment change.
Alright. Though it's not when you see cultists, it's not gonna look pretty.
I know that's still in the
Still technically for the greater good.
Yep.
True.
So you can't necessarily treat it as a lawful good switch. You can still treat it as a neutral to chaotic, but still good.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a neutral good.
I should honestly bump time to neutral good from neutral.
Yeah, you're you've definitely taken some initiative towards rescuing people and warning people and helping. I would borderline insist upon that alignment change as well.
What about me, since I'm already neutral good?
You're fine.
If you are neutral, if you already have good in your alignment, you're good. You don't need to worry. It's those of us who are neutral in the good-evil spectrum.
Or chaotic.
No,
Yep.
so it's the good. So you have the lawful, chaotic spectrum, and then the good-evil spectrum.
Yep.
So you can be true neutral, like I have originally built as and put down, or you can have lawful or chaotic, or you can have good or evil, and you can have good or evil.
Yeah, I forgot they kind of did away with most of the alignment requirements in 5e. So if you wanted, actually, chaotic good Nyexzor would be a perfect alignment for you.
Oh, sure.
I'd say because I think most of them, it went from things like I'd have to really go and look at it. I think, I don't remember if clerics still have one, but if so, it's tied to their deity. Paladins, I think, are tied to their deity instead of lawful good and only ever lawful good.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous. Monks might still have one. I'd have to look at druids. But I don't think they have it anymore. If not, it's still
way less restrictive.
It'd be way less restrictive than some of the other stuff. I'm looking and I'm not seeing anything about alignment.
Yeah, me neither.
Anyway, guys, I'm sorry to do this, but I've got to get out of here now.
Yeah.
Bye, Retro.
All
It
right,
has
bye,
been
Retro.
absolutely fantastic game, and
Hell
can't
yeah.
wait to do the next. Can't wait for the next game.
Yeah.
Work to do. I'll have some work to do for it because you're gonna have multiple encounters.
Cool.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Remember,
Cool.
gratuitous violence from us all.
Indeed. Yes, I expect nothing more than gratuitous violence.
Insert Doom theme song.
And, Matt, I know you got to take off, so I won't keep you any longer.
Okay.
I do, before you guys leave, real quick, I do hope to have another role play chase and Storm Chasers either tomorrow or Thursday, because last week it worked really freaking well. Junkyard will attest.
That'd be great. It'll probably be better for me for probably Thursday, but all depends. I shall see what I can do.
We'll play it by ear. Just wanted to throw that out there because last Thursday with me, Bodie, and Junkyard worked really well.
Yeah, because for me it's always time-based, so...
Yeah. So, get some sleep, Thunder. If you're still down to chat a bit, I'm happy to talk shop for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm not that tired right now.
By a few minutes, I mean probably like half an hour to an hour.
But yeah, if it wasn't for the fact they have to get to the other side of town at 9,
I get it. Dude, no worries at all, Pat. Sleep well, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yep, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, good night, Pat.
Sleep well, guys. Good night, bye.
Good night.
Once again, Sen, I have to say top fucking marks.
I'm glad. I'll be entirely honest. I don't mean to interrupt, but I spoke briefly with Retro, and good as this campaign is, and as much as you guys are inspiring me to up my game as far as DMing and description and stuff, the campaign itself is really. Are we still being recorded, Thunder?
Oh yes, I always record the little bit before and the entire campaign and the afterwards.
Really bleeping lazy because it's a cliche story. It's a cliche story concept. You know, evil cult resurrecting dead god. You don't get more cliche than that.
I've been eating up the entire story the entire time. It's been that good.
Well, I at the risk of tooting my own horn, that's because I'm a good DM, but I'm using it in a world I already established. I'm incorporating pre-existing PCs in an NPC capacity. I am telling a super cliche story with insanely bordering on ungodly powerful MacGuffins. It's a very. I'm not gonna. I can't beat around the bush. It is ridiculously cliche. But
I love it all the same.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I do. I will say I will say, props for the fact that it's a weather themed game, which was like, not gonna lie. Here was my thoughts. Here was my exact reaction. I think it was Junkyard that said, "Oh, because we're the Stormbusters, can we have a weather themed game?" And I'm like, my exact words were, "Sure." And that was all. Crap. Because there's not a hell of a lot you can do. There's not a hell of a lot about weather in the conventional D&D. So I've had to really, make up stuff. And that's where falling back on the cliche tropes has saved my butt in so many ways. And I have more leeway, quote unquote, getting away with it because for the most part we're D&D newbies.
Yeah.
Or at
And
least,
hey, I don't mind the fact that it's a quote cliche story.
well,
I would eat
I'm
it up
glad.
no matter what story happens, pretty much.
I'm glad. Wait, I'm just all I can say, because one thing I am really good at is sort of big reveals, and just wait till the very end of the first game of the next campaign. The evolution campaign, as I call it. Because that is going to be a huge that's going to be a mind blow for most people.
There's another campaign coming up.
There will be once this one's done.
Yeah, and Sen said that this one could take years to finish, possibly.
Yep.
I'm all for it.
Well, then I would start thinking about this, because this is a campaign that, I'm not going to lie, is going to require a lot of extra thought into your characters, because it's a campaign that's going to that features a homemade system that myself and my best friend Kevin have put together that we refer to as the evolution system. Quite literally, we figured out how to make Super Saiyan transformations totally customizable and put into D&D. Because they are based on they are obtained through role playing, and they are based upon the qualities of your character that they both admire and despise about themselves. You've heard the phrase "be your best self."
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that made manifest. Like, these evolution systems represent a physical change, and in many cases a role-playing change that temporarily happens within your character. Like, there are two different branches of the evolutions. There's the light branch and the dark branch, and there's 3 tiers to both: partial, full, and perfect. The kicker is you cannot focus on one or the other. You need both partials to get the fulls and both fulls to get the perfects. And where the light evolutions, light and dark do not necessarily mean good and evil. The light evolutions represent character traits and abilities that you want to have or admire about yourself. and those thoughts, feelings, and abilities are magnified to the point that they can even, like, slight changes in how you roleplay when the forms are active are warranted. By contrast, the dark forms represent aspects of your personality or your abilities that you have to use but don't like to use. Perfect example. In one of the games I ran this through, we had a player who ran a barbarian that did not like to rage, so he tried to avoid it unless he had to. And he kind of became the party strategist. So his light forms were all about throwing out party support, telling them where to go, giving them the opportunity to get into your strategic positions. His dark forms embraced the out of you, and there's nothing to do about it.
Basically, his light side was the strategic side, and his dark side was basically Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Does this guy have autism with Asperger's syndrome?
No.
Because it basically feels like me written into a character. I mean, you could not describe me any clearer if you had actually written me as a character in Dungeons and Dragons.
But the whole thing is, like, you actually build these forms. Like, forms have so many ability score increases that you can, jack your stats up a bit. But there's also what I call form feats, which are, the conventional feats that instead of getting ability score increases, you can grab a feat, and the feats are huge in 5e. These feats are a cut above, but they can only be active while the form is active, and that doesn't generally last long. They generally last a few minutes to a few rounds, but it's like the partial forms get so many, the full forms get more, and the perfect forms get even more than that. And what's really cool about this is you guys are kind of on the ground level for it, so I am not against hearing and receiving ideas and input from you guys.
Just let me have fox ears and a fox tail, and we'll be good.
Well, cosmetically, they can look like whatever you want. They can look however you want.
Kitsune!
Okay. Well, if you want, whatever branch you follow that on, your first form could be a kitsune. Your second form could be like Naruto Fox Cloak. And your perfect form could be the Nine-Tailed Fox itself.
Oh, God!
In appearance, not necessarily to an extent in ability. It's not going to be 100% perfect conversion.
You're not going to let me suddenly start shooting out tailed beast bombs all over the place.
I'm not going to let you what?
Shoot tailed beast bombs all over the place.
The fireball instead of beast bombs, but
you know what I'm referencing, right?
Not
Okay. I have a perfect video for this.
My point, like I said, my point being perfect convert because there are some things to do in D&D. Nuclear chief among them. But
This is a nuclear level attack. Yeah, you're not going to be able to do that. Sorry to say, you're not going to be able to do that. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. I'm
mean-
not going to be able to launch nukes out of my mouth.
A smaller version of that, not outside the realm of possibility. And by smaller, I mean maybe 100-foot radius, which, let's be clear, is devastating enough.
Yeah, that's basically like Chicxulub Impact. It's not Chicxulub Impactor, I'm talking Chelyabinsk Impactor.
Yeah, excuse me for one moment, guys.
Does Thunder even know just how powerful the Chelyabinsk Impactor was?
Eh?
The Chelyabinsk Meteor was like on the order of
Oh.
several... On the order
Oh,
of multiple
you're talking about
Hiroshima
that.
bombs.
Oh, you're talking about that. Yeah, I
The
know.
one in Russia.
Yeah, I know. I know how big that was. You were the way you're wording it was like, huh?
Imagine something like that being shot out of my guy's mouth. Anyway, that is seriously just holy shit. This campaign is just awesome.
What are you doing? I can hear it.
I'm watching a cartoon while I wait for Sen to get back.
Mm.
I am very sorry about that. That took far longer than I
No worries.
No problem.
So, once again, thrilled and amazed you guys are enjoying this game so much.
And yes, I do enjoy hoping that I can make my guy become a kitsune.
There's not a matter of hoping involved. It's when you assume this form, when you assume the form the first time, you can make it look
Like
however
you see the fox ears and the fox tail poking out of my guy's bum.
Furry. Well, I'm furry too. I'm just
So-
I'm being funny.
Hey, In one case, one of the guys, and this is cool. He started out. The player loved green dragons. Absolutely loved green dragons.
I'm loving the blue dragons, man.
So he made his dark form. He's made his dark forms progressively bigger and nasty, bigger and more powerful green dragons. Then later on, many levels down the line, he discovered just how evil green dragons were, and also discovered the comparable dragon on the metallic side, which is, I think, bronze or brass. One of the two.
Let's see here.
So his character spent, several weeks like reflecting on this, and sort of temporarily renounced and didn't use the dark forms. So
Copper.
Copper, thank you. So when when the time came where they needed something big and strong, he was the only one who had a real size change, that he had to use the form, but instead of turning into a green dragon, he turned into a copper. Like, your mental state is reflected by the forms, and like essentially every time you level up, you can choose to change your form around slightly, change your form around in appearance and whatnot.
Actually, I thought of something really cool. If my guy if I instead decide not to go Kitsune, but instead go Kaiju, you could imagine the first light form would be shrouded in a cloak of many colors, sort of. Like, you see like an orange hood, 2 blue goggles on his head. You see like an orange hood, or actually more cream colored, an orange hood and 2 bluish goggles on his head. And behind him, you see a cloak of red, yellow, and black, and a white symbol of a cross surrounded by a crosshair-ish looking symbol with 8 other lines radiating out from the circle. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let me see if I can find the symbol I'm talking about. Ah! Here we go.
I mean, it kind of sounds like a Digimon?
No, it's not a Digimon. This is the symbol I'm describing.
Never seen it.
Mothra.
Never heard of it.
I find that highly dubious, Thunder. Thunder.
What, you've never heard of Mothra?
Oh.
Have you heard of Godzilla?
Oh, yes. But I don't really follow up or even know about the symbol. I watched some of the movie, but not. Yeah, I never heard of or seen the symbol.
Basically, he's got a hood that sort of looks like that cream color, 2 bluish goggles on his eyes, or 2 bluish goggles over his eyes, and you see a cloak of red, yellow, and black on his back with the white symbol. And his hands have yellow gloves on them.
One could be
That's the first light form.
There's no reason you couldn't do the Kitsune stuff for your dark forms. I mean, I'll say this with I'll say this. The way I have it set up, you can absolutely grow in size. It takes a great deal of effort, but that's by design. Because with greater size, you get greater reach and greater damage.
Yeah, I was thinking if the Mothra path is light, then the Godzilla path is going to be dark. Like for the dark form, sort of like grayscale gauntlets, and his eyes are glowing blue.
A personal recommendation here. I would avoid going the route of giant monsters. Keep things on the
So Kitsune
on the
form.
medium size. Keep things to the medium side of the scale.
Okay, so no kaiju then.
I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no later, but at first, just a suggestion, because this is a whole add-on system. One, that you've never experienced before. Two, I'm still developing.
Yeah, it's not gonna. He's basically gonna take on some clothing characteristics for the first forms of each.
I'm gonna have to have help to figure
Oh yeah, and
how.
we will probably take an entire 4 or 5 hour game session as a session 0 for the form creation stuff, because the easiest way I have found to do this is to have a a separate file up and literally just notes about what goes up. Like
what is considered light? What is considered dark? I don't know.
well, light and dark are what you consider them to be. For example, let's say you are let's say you're a character who, on the whole, doesn't like to let's say, just as an example, I'll use one of my own characters. I had a character who was very righteous in the causes he fought for, but knew or ultimately discovered that he had a really bad temper. And when that temper came out, he was almost sadistic. So my light forms were, these armor-clad warriors that had special attacks, which is another sort of subsystem I've implemented that have a whole, there's a lot of different feats that chain together to give you a really powerful, almost like a spell, but not quite. And so the light form was almost merciful in that it finished encounters without malice and as quickly and decisively as possible, to the point that some would consider it used overwhelming force. In a previous iteration of this, it had an attack that could do something like 20 D12s that were maximized and doubled.
Jeez.
Maximized
Jeez.
and doubled, what does that mean?
Means, okay, I have 20 D12s. They all roll a 12. I take that result and I double it. No rolling necessary.
So that would be 480 points of damage in one shot.
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't say that's I wouldn't say that that's a bad thing, actually. In fact, I generally I kind of like the whole idea of him deciding to end encounters decisively and as quickly as possible.
Yep. By
Because
contrast,
I'm a fan of problem solving through superior firepower.
by contrast, his dark forms were where his temper was made manifest and solidified. And I literally went with Super Saiyan levels and worked in spells to the transformations. So I had
the blonde hair.
Well, the blonde hair is just a cosmetic thing, but like instead of just the 3 forms, I worked spells in intermittently. So like I not only had Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan 3, I had Super Saiyans 1 through 5.
Like, we're talking the pink fur and eyeshadow.
We're talking the pink fur and eyeshadow. We're also talking
Don't tell me you went with Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan.
No, I didn't. I went with Super Saiyan. Hang on, let me find a good picture.
You're talking green Super Saiyan.
No.
Y'all talking gibberish to me.
Alright, hang on. Putting this in the campaign pictures.
Broly!
No. That.
Oh, good fucking god.
This looks like a character to me.
Yep.
That better not be Goku.
I don't know actually who it is, but it's neither here nor there. That was Super Saiyan 5. So yeah, I literally, because I worked in spells that buffed me on top of the evolution. So I had the normal Super Saiyan, I had the Super Saiyan complete with lightning aura, I had Super Saiyan 3, I had Super Saiyan 3 with another spell that gave me a crazy strength boost and fur. So Super Saiyan 4. And then for my perfect dark form, I went with that. So,
and I have to say, holy shit.
Light and to answer your question, Thunder, light and dark are what you make them. And this is where I said it requires a lot of thought, because your light forms represent aspects of your character that he or she likes about themselves, that they, idealize about themselves. Or what they want the most. It's like, I am a meek spellcaster, but I really want to be able to hold my own in a fight without my spells. Your light forms then may be, melee combat oriented or archery combat oriented or some such. Your dark forms are the exact opposite. Traits that your character needs to use because he's good at them, but he's good at them because he has to be, not because he wants to be. Like the street urchin who is a good thief, who is good at picking locks because he's been picking locks all his life. hates the fact that may hate the fact that he's picking lock, may hate the fact that he has to do it, but he has to do it or he doesn't eat, sort of thing. Dark forms would be, expert lock pickers. Like I already said, I had a character who had a really bad temper. The dark forms take that and ramp it up to the nth degree.
Kame. Yes, the Kamehameha.
So,
Hmm.
I mean, the dark forms are sort of easier to get because they're more. Think of them this way. The dark forms are more emotionally based. Like, if Nyexzor were to go crazy on a
Cultist killing rampage.
go on a crazy yeah, he might come across, say, a high priest, and in that fight or get a dark form.
And he looks more like Godzilla.
By contrast, Nyexzor is also very attached to his friends. So Cultist tries to say Cultist fires an attack, fires a spell off or something at Bordan. You try to jump in the way, that gets you a light form because your actions were defensive and righteous as opposed to aggressive and violent.
Maybe still righteous.
Which may, they obviously can still be, motivated by good, but that's based off Nyexzor and Nyexzor's alignment. So, I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of tricky, but once you wrap your head around it and have an idea of what you want to do, it's fairly easy to the forms are fairly easy to make. They're not necessarily easy to get because, as I said, they are role play based. Like you have to earn these powers. They're not just handed to you. So,
yeah, I know.
And you have what I think is cool about it is you have to really explore the character, because it's a case of they come in 3 stages. Initially, they were feats: discover the power within, harness the power within, and unleash the power within, which sort of represented. Discover, it's like, okay, you've just found out you do this. It just almost randomly activates. They're the easiest forms to get. They're not hair triggers, but you don't have to do a hell of a lot to get them. Harness is like, okay, you're spending time, you're meditating, you're taking this power and you're chiseling it, and you're bending it to your will. You're harnessing it to your full you're harnessing it to the fullest extent you can understand. That's the full form. The perfect form is when you realize that sometimes the best way to harness something is the best way to control it is not to control it at all, and it's all the walls come down. You just let go. You're not trying to bend the power to your will. You're just letting it all out. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And the perfect forms are nuts.
Hmm.
Like, an example of like here's what the perfect forms give you. A +3 to your proficiency bonus.
Oh, nice.
+4 to your armor class. This may be the player's choice of armor, shield, or natural armor. And 15 ability score increases. No ability score may receive more than +8. And like most of those are going to be spent on what are called form feats, which are literally how I let you guys make the form exactly how you want it. Here's an example of one. Energy surge. Your form is imbued with extra energy that it can channel into its strikes. You choose acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder, poison, psychic, radiant, force, or necrotic. Once chosen, this cannot be changed. Your form deals an extra 1d4 of the chosen type when you attack. Additionally, you can quote-unquote charge this energy up, dealing an additional 1d4 if you charge as a bonus action, 2d4 if you spend a move, or 3d4 if you spend an action, or 4d4 if you spend your entire round. In this case, in the case of the attacker full round of attacks, the effect is applied on the following round, including reaction attacks and opportunity attacks. The charged effect of this damage can even be applied to the target of a spell or single target of an area spell. And that's for the partial form. If you attach this to a full form, the bonus damage goes up to a d6. And if it's in a perfect form, it increases to a d8.
Partial and...
So partial, if you're doing it, it's doing d4s. If you're in a full form, it does d6s, and if it's perfect form, it's d8s.
Ah, nice.
Here's another easy one. Fast healing. While your form is active, you heal 1 HP each round. Additionally, it does not fade when you fall unconscious. So normally, if you fall unconscious, if your form still has time, it just goes away. With this, it'll stay active. And if you add it to a full form, the fast healing increases to 2 HP a round.
Yikesly.
Can take the effect 3 times. You're not 3 HP, you're 9 HP around.
Damn.
These are even if your form a class that you don't have. An example, Beyond Station. Your evolutions, things you only wish you could do. Choose up to 2 class features of a class or class you do not possess. You can use features in your evolution as though you have levels in the class equal to your character level or hit dice. Class features that require extended periods of time in recovery cannot be obtained. This feat cannot double.
Come on.
different feat for that. When it do Nyexzor, he'll only ever get one attack. And attack the these
Interesting.
were to take his form and choose the extra attack from a fighter, he will, if he was level 20, level 20 druid in a form that had he more attacks, because that 20th level fighter gets. So
Yeah, I'm kind of missing most of it because it kept cutting in and out for me.
oh shit, well, fortunately, this is a ways off.
Yeah.
And it's almost 3 a.m. anyway, and I've already talked myself hoarse, so this is where I'm gonna call it. Hopefully I'll catch you guys tomorrow or Thursday for the RP chase.
Yep.
Because Junkyard will say, that went really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't I just sitting there watching?
Yeah, but you know what? You did your job. It may have been a little bit boring, but you saved a lot of lives. It's not, the role playing is not so much about excitement or glory. It's about role playing, and
Yeah.
we are a search. We are an early
warning search and rescue.
Yep. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna.
Don't think for a second you didn't do your.
You're like roboting really bad.
Yeah, I think internet is dying on your end or something.
Also, if I were to go with the kaiju style,
Oh.
I'd probably just go for Mothra wings for the full form, and then go full Mothra for the light form for perfect.
Is this any better?
Hello.
It's fine for now. Yeah, it's good for now.
Yeah, I'm getting.
I'm just gonna need. Yeah, just gonna need help.
Oh, like
I'll just need help.
Absolutely.
It's my.
I don't think I'm gonna make this gonna make this hard on you. This is a new system. You guys are on the ground floor, and I'm going to it's gonna take time to get and unlock these things. So you'll need some patience, obviously, but it's also something you're getting for free. Like you're not gonna spend any effort to get these, just the role playing.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you, Sen.
Good night.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Bye.